In the shadows between stars, where light becomes corrupted and power flows like poison through ancient veins, there exists a legacy of darkness that has shaped the destiny of the galaxy for millennia. The Sith, masters of the dark side, wielders of power so immense, so terrifying, that their very names become whispered warnings across generations. Their story begins not with demons or monsters born into evil, but with something far more unsettling, with choice, with ambition, with Jedi who dare to ask forbidden questions. The Force binds all living things together, connecting every atom, every breath, every heartbeat across the infinite expanse of space. Within this cosmic energy field lies a duality as old as existence itself. The light side, championed by the Jedi Order, teaches peace, serenity, and selflessness. But there is another path, one the Jedi feared and condemned, the dark side, fed by passion, strengthened by emotion, empowered by the very feelings the Jedi sought to suppress: anger, hatred, fear, love twisted into possessive desperation. These emotions, the Jedi claimed, led only to suffering and destruction, but to those who would become Sith, they were the keys to unimaginable power. The dark side does not simply grant strength, it transforms those who touch it, reshaping their very essence until power becomes both sustenance and curse. Every Sith Lord who walks this path discovers the same terrible truth. The dark side gives, but it also takes. It offers dominion over life and death, the ability to bend reality itself to one's will, but the price is paid in humanity, in sanity, in the slow erosion of everything that once made them whole. And yet, generation after generation, beings of extraordinary potential choose this path, believing they will be the exception, the one strong enough to master the darkness without being consumed by it. Throughout galactic history, certain Sith Lords have risen above the countless others who sought dark power. These individuals did not merely wield the Force as a tool, they became avatars of its darkest aspects, living embodiments of what the dark side could achieve when channeled through beings of exceptional will and terrible ambition. Some conquered entire star systems. Others devoured the life force of whole planets. A few came close to unraveling the very fabric of reality itself. Their legacies echo across the ages, influencing events thousands of years after their physical forms returned to dust. The measurement of power in the Force has long been a subject of debate and study. The Jedi Order developed a scientific understanding through the detection of midichlorians, microscopic organisms that exist within all living cells and serve as a conduit for the Force. These tiny life forms determine an individual's potential connection to the cosmic energy field. The higher the concentration of midichlorians, the greater the capacity for Force abilities. An average being possesses approximately 2,500 midichlorians per cell. A Force-sensitive individual capable of Jedi training typically has between 7,000 and 10,000. But the Sith Lords we will explore tonight possessed counts that shattered these normal parameters, their cells saturated with midichlorians to a degree that made them walking nexuses of power. The Jedi measured midichlorians clinically, scientifically, viewing high counts as indicators of potential that must be carefully trained and guided toward the light. The Sith saw something different in these numbers. They saw destiny. They saw proof that some beings were simply born to dominate others. They saw justification for their belief that power should flow to those strong enough to seize it, that the galaxy belonged to those with the will to claim it. And so they sought not merely to use their natural force potential, but to transcend it, to push beyond the limitations of biology and touch something greater and more terrible than the Jedi could imagine. As we journey through the history of the dark side's most fearsome practitioners, remember this: each Sith Lord began as someone different, a curious scholar, a frustrated student, a victim of tragedy. What transformed them into monsters was not some inherent evil, but rather a series of choices, each one leading further down a path from which there could be no return. Their stories are warnings, yes, but they are also explorations of how power corrupts, how ambition blinds, and how the promise of strength can seduce even the noblest of intentions into service of the abyss. Tonight, we will meet the architects of darkness, the conquerors and destroyers, the seekers of forbidden knowledge and the hungry devourers of life itself. We will walk among shadows cast by beings whose power literally reshaped the galaxy, whose philosophies echoed down through millennia, whose very existence challenged the fundamental laws of life and death. Close your eyes and imagine a universe where such power exists, where beings of such terrible majesty stride across worlds, leaving only silence in their wake. Now open them again and know that in the Star Wars galaxy, these beings were real, and their legacy has never truly ended. Ajunta Paul, the first Dark Lord, before the Sith were Sith, before the name itself carried weight of terror across the stars, there was a Jedi Master named Ajunta Paul. His story begins approximately 7,000 years before the Battle of Yavin, in an era when the Republic was young and the Jedi Order was still defining its philosophy and place in the galaxy. Pal was not born into darkness. He was, by all accounts, a brilliant student of the Force, a man whose mastery of Jedi techniques earned him the rank of Master and the respect of his peers. But brilliance, when combined with ambition, can become a dangerous thing. Ajunta Paul's descent began with a question, a simple, innocent inquiry that would eventually shatter the Jedi Order and birth the greatest threat the galaxy would ever know. He wanted to understand life itself, not merely to preserve it as the Jedi taught, but to comprehend it at its most fundamental level. Through his studies, Paul discovered techniques that allowed manipulation of the living force in ways the Jedi Council deemed unnatural. He could shape flesh and bone, could coax midi-chlorians into patterns that should not exist. He uncovered secrets of Sith alchemy that could create life or pervert it into monstrous new forms. When he brought these discoveries before the Council, expecting recognition for his breakthrough, he received instead condemnation and horror. The Jedi Council declared Ajunta Paul's research an abomination. They forbade him and his followers from continuing their experiments, warning that such manipulations violated the natural order of the Force. To Paul and those who shared his vision, this prohibition felt like betrayal. They had pushed the boundaries of knowledge, had glimpsed possibilities the conservative council feared to explore, and for their ambition, they were to be leashed like dangerous animals. The resentment festered. Philosophical disagreements turned to heated arguments. Arguments became accusations, and finally, accusations exploded into open warfare. The conflict that erupted became known as the 100-Year Darkness, a century-long civil war between those Jedi who remained loyal to the Council and those who followed Ajunta Paul into forbidden territories of Force knowledge. This was the Second Great Schism, a fracture in the order that ran so deep it could not be healed by words or reconciliation. The Dark Jedi, as they came to be called, fully embraced the dark side of the Force, wielding powers that horrified their former brothers and sisters. They created terrible beasts through their alchemy, living weapons unleashed on Republic worlds. They crafted techniques of domination and destruction that the Jedi had never imagined possible. For 100 years, the galaxy burned with their conflict. Despite their power and their passion, the Dark Jedi ultimately lost their war. The Battle of Korbos, fought around 6,900 years before Yavin, marked the final confrontation. There, the combined might of the Jedi Order crushed the Dark Jedi Rebellion, scattering their forces and capturing their leaders. Among those leaders stood Ajunta Pall, his dreams of a new understanding of the Force reduced to ash and failure. The Republic and Jedi faced a choice then. They could execute these fallen Jedi, end the threat permanently, but they chose what they believed was mercy. They stripped the Dark Jedi of their weapons, loaded them onto unarmed ships, and cast them out into the unknown regions of space, exiling them from the Republic forever. That mercy would prove to be the single greatest mistake in galactic history. The exiled Dark Jedi drifted through hyperspace, lost and directionless, until their ships emerged above a remote desert world called Korriban. This harsh planet, scoured by endless sand and brutal winds, seemed at first glance uninhabitable. But Korriban held a secret. It was home to a primitive species of red-skinned humanoids who called themselves the Sith. These beings possessed a natural connection to the dark side, though they understood it only as magic and mysticism. They were fierce warriors, divided into tribes and castes, ruled by dark lords of their own who commanded power through ritual and blood. When Ajunta Pall and his followers descended to Korriban's surface, wielding technologies and force abilities far beyond anything the native Sith had encountered, the primitive species regarded them with awe. The Dark Jedi presented themselves as divine beings, gods descended from the stars. The Sith species, particularly the Kisai priest caste, accepted this claim. They saw in Ajunta Pall the manifestation of Typhogem, the left-handed god from their oldest prophecies. The strongest of the fallen Jedi used this religious reverence to seize control of Sith civilization, becoming the rulers of an entire people. Ajunta Pall declared himself the first Dark Lord of the Sith, taking the title of Jennari. He was not content merely to rule the native species. Over decades and generations, the human Dark Jedi intermarried with the Sith, blending their bloodlines, merging their knowledge of the Force with the Sith's intuitive grasp of dark side power. From this fusion emerged something new, an empire built not on the Jedi principles that had rejected them, but on the philosophy that strength must dominate weakness. That power was its own justification, that through conflict and struggle, the strong would rise and the weak would fall away. The Sith Empire that Ajunta Pall founded established its capital on Korriban, with another major center on the nearby world of Ziost. Under Pall's rule, a strict hierarchy emerged with the Dark Lord at its apex, followed by lesser Sith Lords, who competed constantly for power and favor. This competition was not discouraged, but actively encouraged, as Pall believed that only through struggle could true strength be forged. Open rebellion against the Dark Lord meant death, but ambition and political maneuvering were expected. It was a society that took the dark side's emphasis on passion and strength and built an entire civilization around it. For decades, Ajunta Pal ruled his empire, training new generations in the ways he had discovered, techniques the Jedi had forbidden. He taught them Sith alchemy, the manipulation of life at its most basic level. He shared knowledge of Force lightning, battle meditation, and dark healing. He showed them how to craft holocrons that could preserve knowledge beyond death, how to anchor their spirits to the physical world if they had the will and power. Under his guidance, the early Sith Empire expanded to nearby systems, building massive temples and academies where the dark arts could be studied and refined. Ajunta Pal's physical appearance, as recorded in ancient sources, showed a man who had paid the price for his power. Though he had been a handsome Jedi Master in his youth, decades of channeling the dark side had aged and twisted him. His features became sharp and cruel. His eyes, once bright with curiosity, now burned with dark fire. The dark side marked all who used it extensively, corrupting flesh as it corrupted spirit. And Ajunta Pal bore these marks proudly as symbols of his transcendence of Jedi weakness. The Dark Lord wielded a lightsaber of unique craftsmanship, a weapon that became legendary in Sith history. This blade, forged through Sith alchemy and his own command of the Force, possessed properties beyond normal lightsabers. It hummed with dark side energy, its crimson blade a declaration of his rejection of everything the Jedi represented. In Pal's hands, this weapon was an extension of his will, a tool through which he channeled power that could overwhelm multiple opponents simultaneously. Though exact midichlorian counts from this ancient era were not recorded with the precision of later ages, texts, and holocrons, suggest that Ajunta Pal possessed a force potential equivalent to approximately 15,000 to 17,000 midichlorians per cell. This placed him well above average Jedi Masters of any era, giving him the raw power necessary to not only survive the 100-year darkness, but to rise as the undisputed leader among the Dark Jedi exiles. His strength in the Force was such that he could manipulate life itself, create abominations through alchemy, and dominate the minds of those weaker than himself. The midichlorians in his blood sang with dark power, allowing him to perform feats the Jedi Council had rightly feared. Eventually, as with all mortals, Ajunta Pal died. His body was entombed in the Valley of the Dark Lords on Korriban, placed in a massive structure that testified to his importance in Sith history. With him were buried his most precious possessions, his lightsaber, his holocrons containing teachings for future generations, his mask and armor. The tomb was protected by traps and dark side energy, designed to test any who sought the knowledge within. For millennia, it would stand as a monument to the first Dark Lord, a place of dark power where the very stones seemed to remember his presence. But death was not the end of Ajunta Pal's story. Through techniques he had mastered, Pal bound his spirit to his tomb, refusing to become one with the Force as Jedi did. His ghost remained, trapped between life and death, clinging to the physical world through sheer force of will. For thousands of years, he lingered in that darkness, watching as other Sith visited his resting place, observing how his legacy evolved and twisted beyond its original vision. The most remarkable chapter of Ajunta Pal's story occurred nearly 4,000 years after his death during the Jedi Civil War. A Jedi Knight named Revan, undertaking a quest for ancient Sith knowledge, entered Pal's tomb in search of the Dark Lord's legendary blade. There, in the darkness, the spirit of Ajunta Pal manifested before him. But this was not the proud conqueror of legend. Time and isolation had changed the first Dark Lord. His spirit was troubled, filled with regret and shame. Ajunta Pal spoke to Revan of the Sith's greatest weakness. Not the Jedi, he explained, but themselves. The Sith had always been their own worst enemy. The same ambition that drove them to greatness also drove them to betray and destroy each other. The same hunger for power that made them formidable also made them unstable. Pal had watched for millennia as Sith Lords rose and fell, each one believing they would be different, each one ultimately consumed by the same darkness that had taken him. The cycle repeated endlessly, and in his isolation, Ajunta Pal had come to see the futility of it all. In a moment that would become legendary in both Jedi and Sith lore, Revan convinced Ajunta Pal to let go of his pain and anger, to release his grip on the physical world and return to the light. The first Dark Lord of the Sith, after thousands of years of darkness, found redemption. His spirit finally became one with the Force, finding the peace that had eluded him in life. Before he faded, he warned Revan about a blade he sought, saying it was cursed, that it had been the instrument of his own death in some way he could not fully recall. Ajunta Pal's redemption stands as one of the most unusual stories in Sith history. He was the only known Sith Lord to find peace after death, the only one to truly turn back from the dark side's corruption. Whether this redemption negated his sins or simply offered him personal peace is a matter of philosophical debate. What cannot be debated is his impact on galactic history. Without Ajunta Pal, there would be no Sith. He took a group of exiled Jedi and forged them into the foundation of an empire. He created the philosophy and structure that would endure for millennia. He was the bridge between Jedi who fell and the Sith Lords who would terrorize the galaxy for ages to come. His legacy is complex and contradictory, much like the man himself. Ajunta Pal was a seeker of knowledge who created weapons of destruction, a master of life who perverted it into forms that should not exist, a leader who built an empire founded on principles of strength and domination, a fallen Jedi who, in the end, found his way back to the light, though only after death released him from the dark side's grip. He was not the most powerful Sith Lord, nor the most cruel, nor the most destructive, but he was the first, and in the history of darkness, that makes him eternal. Tulak Hord, master of the gathering darkness, in the early centuries of the Sith Empire, when the order founded by Ajunta Pal was still finding its identity and expanding its influence, there arose a Dark Lord whose name would become synonymous with mastery of combat and command of armies. Tulak Hord, the Lord of Hate, the master of the gathering darkness. His titles alone suggested a being of immense power and terrible presence. And the legends that surrounded him, passed down through millennia, confirmed that these titles were well earned. Tulak Hord's origins remain shrouded in the mists of ancient history. What is known is that he was a Force-sensitive male, likely of mixed human and Sith blood, who rose through the ranks of the early Sith Empire with exceptional speed. Even in his youth, when he was still a student of the dark side, Hord inspired fear in his rivals and contemporaries. There was something about him, an intensity, a focus, a capacity for violence that marked him as exceptional, even among a society built around strength and domination. The dark side shaped Horde into a weapon of terrifying efficiency. He mastered lightsaber combat with a dedication that bordered on obsession, studying every form, every technique, every subtle movement that could grant him an advantage in battle. Ancient texts describe his fighting style as aggressive and relentless, a one-handed approach that combined overwhelming offense with precise strikes. But it was not merely his physical skill that made Horde legendary. He understood something that many warriors miss, that true mastery of combat requires not just strength and speed, but psychology, strategy, and the integration of force powers into every aspect of fighting. During his rise to power, Tulak Horde fought a duel that would become legendary in Sith lore. He faced Kim Val, a Deshade warrior known throughout the galaxy as an exceptional killer. The Deshade species possessed natural resistance to force powers and superhuman physical abilities, making them formidable opponents for even powerful Sith. The duel between Horde and Kim Val was not a brief skirmish, but a prolonged battle that tested both combatants to their limits. In the end, Horde emerged victorious, not through overwhelming power, but through superior technique and tactical thinking. Rather than killing the defeated warrior, Horde recognized Kim Val's potential and offered him a place at his side. This decision proved wise. Kim Val became Tulak Horde's most faithful companion, serving the Dark Lord with unwavering loyalty for decades. Their relationship was unusual in Sith society, where betrayal was expected and companionship was weakness. But Horde understood something about power that many Sith missed. True strength comes not just from dominating others, but from knowing when domination should give way to alliance. Kim Val was more useful as a loyal servant than as a corpse, and his skills complemented Horde's own abilities perfectly. With Kim Val at his side, Tulak Horde assembled a massive army and embarked on campaigns of conquest that would expand the Sith Empire's borders significantly. His forces descended on the planets Yin and Chabosh, where rebellious militants had risen against Sith rule. The campaigns on these worlds became case studies in Horde's tactical genius. He did not merely overwhelm his enemies with superior numbers, though his army was vast. He broke sieges that had stalled other Sith generals. He shattered defensive positions that were considered impregnable. Time and again, Horde demonstrated that war was an art form, and he was its master. But Tulak Horde's greatest weapon was not his lightsaber or his tactical mind or even his powerful army. It was his command of Sith sorcery. During battle, Horde employed dark rituals that few of his contemporaries understood or could replicate. He had mastered techniques of force drain that allowed him to draw strength directly from his opponents. As his enemies tired, Horde grew stronger, feeding on their exhaustion like a parasite. Entire battalions would find their will to fight simply evaporating as the Lord of Hate consumed their vitality, leaving them weakened shells easily swept aside by his advancing forces. This ability earned him his first title, Lord of Hate, but it was the second title, Master of the Gathering Darkness, that truly captured the essence of his power. Horde could summon darkness itself, gathering shadows around him that were not mere absence of light, but tangible manifestations of dark side power. These shadows confused and terrified enemies. making them see phantoms and threats that weren't there, while hiding Horde's true movements. He could strike from unexpected angles, appearing suddenly from swirling darkness that seemed to follow him like a cloak. Warriors who faced him reported that it was like fighting a storm given human shape, a tempest of violence and shadow that could not be predicted or countered. Tulak Horde discovered and conquered the Dromund system, a collection of worlds that would later become important in Sith history. It is believed that he brought over 100 worlds under Sith control during his campaigns, an expansion of territory unprecedented in the early Empire's history. Each conquest added to his legend. Each victory confirmed his tactical genius. He became the standard against which other Sith generals measured themselves, and inevitably, they fell short. The Force flowed through Tulak Horde with extraordinary power. While precise midi-chlorian counts were not recorded in that era, later analysis of Sith artifacts and holocrons suggests he possessed a concentration of approximately 16,000 to 18,000 midi-chlorians per cell. This placed him among the most naturally powerful Force users of his time, granting him access to abilities that lesser Sith could barely comprehend. His mastery of telekinesis was such that he could tear starships from the sky, could wrench massive hammerhead-class cruisers from their flight paths, and send them crashing to the ground. Witnesses described watching him lift fortifications and hurl them at defenders, using the enemy's own defenses as weapons against them. Horde wore distinctive black armor and a mask that concealed his features, transforming him into a figure of pure terror. The mask served multiple purposes. It protected him in combat, yes, but more importantly, it dehumanized him in the eyes of his enemies. They did not see a man when Tulak Horde strode across battlefields. They saw death incarnate, an unstoppable force that could not be reasoned with or appealed to. This psychological weapon was as effective as any lightsaber or force power. Armies broke and fled at the mere sight of his masked visage emerging from the gathering shadows. In addition to his military achievements, Tulak Horde was a prolific teacher and keeper of knowledge. He created multiple holocrons, complex repositories of Sith wisdom that could preserve his teachings beyond death. These holocrons contained his understanding of lightsaber combat, his knowledge of Sith rituals and sorcery, his philosophies on war and power. They were jealously guarded treasures, sought after by ambitious Sith who hoped to learn from the greatest warrior in their order's history. Horde also scattered various artifacts across the galaxy, each one containing fragments of his knowledge or power. This was not mere vanity, but a calculated strategy. By dispersing his legacy, he ensured that no rival could claim all of his secrets at once, and that his influence would continue long after his death. As his power grew, so did his influence within the Sith hierarchy. Tulak Horde eventually claimed the title of Dark Lord of the Sith, ruling over the Empire with the same ruthless efficiency he had brought to his military campaigns. Under his leadership, the Sith reached what many historians call their first golden age of martial prowess. The armies of the Empire became disciplined and feared. Techniques of war that Horde pioneered became standard teaching in Sith academies. His philosophies about the necessity of struggle and the refinement of strength through combat became core tenets of Sith thinking. Millennia after his death, When the great Sith historian and warrior Kreia was asked about the most skilled lightsaber duelists in Sith history, she did not hesitate. Tulak Hord, she said, was the greatest lightsaber duelist of the Sith Lords. His skill was considered remarkable even for his time, when many true lightsaber masters lived. She went on to deliver a warning that has echoed across the ages. If you were to face an ancient Sith Lord in combat, you would learn that we are as children playing with toys compared to the prowess of the old masters. This was not hyperbole. It was an acknowledgement that Tulak Hord's mastery represented a peak of martial art that later generations could study, but never quite replicate. But even the greatest warrior is not immune to the fundamental law of Sith existence, the rule of ambition. Every apprentice eventually seeks to surpass their master. Every subordinate eventually becomes a threat. Tulak Hord took an apprentice named Orton Sella, teaching him the ways of combat and dark power. Sella proved an apt student, absorbing Hord's lessons with the dedication of a true Sith. But like all Sith apprentices, Sella eventually decided that he had learned enough, that he was ready to claim his master's position. The betrayal came suddenly. Ortan Sella struck Tulak Hord from behind, running him through with a lightsaber thrust that caught the Dark Lord off guard. It was a coward's blow by any standard of honorable combat, but the Sith did not prize honor. They prized results. As Hord lay dying, Sella's own servant, a Dashad named Veshik Urk, consumed the fallen Dark Lord's force energy, drawing the remaining power from Hord's cells as his life ebbed away. Kim Val, the loyal companion who had served Hord for decades, had been placed in suspended animation before the betrayal, unable to protect his master in his final moments. After Tulak Hord's death, his devoted followers constructed a massive tomb for him in the Valley of the Dark Lords on Korriban. This structure, built on a scale befitting the greatest warrior in Sith history, became a repository for his holocrons, his mask and armor, his scrolls of techniques and rituals. The tomb was protected by intricate traps and saturated with dark side energy, ensuring that only the most skilled or fortunate could navigate its depths. For thousands of years, it stood as a monument to martial perfection, drawing Sith who sought to learn from the ultimate master of combat. When the Jedi Knight Revan ventured into this tomb during his quest for Sith knowledge, he discovered treasures that testified to Hord's power. 3 rare lightsaber crystals, an amethyst, a furcran, and a Bondar crystal, had been buried with the Dark Lord. These rare gems could enhance a lightsaber's capabilities in unique ways, making the weapon more effective in combat. That Hord had possessed all 3 suggested the importance he placed on perfecting his weapon. Revan also recovered Hord's mask, though whether he understood the full significance of this artifact is unclear. The mask contained residual force energy, a whisper of the Lord of Hate's presence even after millennia. Centuries later, another Sith Lord named Darth Mar discovered Tulak Hord's lightsaber on the planet Dromund Fells. The weapon, an orange-bladed saber of unique construction, had been lost after Hord's death. That it survived in working condition after so many years testified to the quality of Sith craftsmanship and the dark side energy infused into every component. The lightsaber eventually became one of the most sought-after weapons in the later Sith Empire, a relic that represented the pinnacle of martial prowess. Tulak Horde spirit manifested during periods of intense Force activity, much like other powerful Sith Lords. On Yavin IV, when the moon became a nexus of dark power, Horde's essence appeared alongside other Dark Lords, demonstrating that even death had not completely severed his connection to the physical world. His presence was a force of pure intimidation, strong enough to throw back those who approached him with nothing but his lingering will. The echo of his power remained potent thousands of years after his flesh had turned to dust. The Lord of Hate's influence on lightsaber combat cannot be overstated. His teachings, preserved in holocrons and through the training of successive generations, formed the foundation of aggressive Sith fighting styles. The philosophy that offense is the best defense, that overwhelming power combined with precise technique creates unstoppable momentum, that a warrior must be willing to sacrifice everything for victory. These principles all trace back to Tulak Horde. Even Jedi, who studied Sith combat techniques for defensive purposes, found themselves drawn on concepts that Horde had pioneered. What made Tulak Horde truly terrifying was not any single ability, but the synthesis of all his skills. He was a master duelist who could outfight anyone in single combat, a brilliant general who understood strategy and tactics at both small and large scales, a powerful sorcerer who could drain life force and summon darkness, a charismatic leader who inspired absolute loyalty in his followers, a cunning politician who navigated the treacherous waters of Sith power, struggles with skill. He was, in essence, the complete Sith Lord, embodying every quality the dark side valued. Other Sith might excel in one area or another, but few could match Horde's well-rounded excellence. His philosophy about strength and struggle became foundational to Sith thinking. Horde believed that combat was not merely a means to an end, but an essential crucible in which true power was forged. Every battle was an opportunity to grow stronger, to refine technique, to push past previous limitations. Victory proved superiority. Defeat taught lessons that would prevent future failures. This philosophy of constant improvement through conflict resonated deeply with the Sith worldview and influenced how they approached everything from lightsaber training to political maneuvering. The legacy of Tulak Horde stretched across millennia. His techniques were studied by Darth Revan, who many consider the most versatile Force user in history. His philosophies shaped Darth Bane, who would revolutionize the Sith Order thousands of years later. His combat mastery set a standard that even legendary duelists acknowledged they could not match. When Sith apprentices trained in the academies of Korriban or Dromund Kaas, they aspired to embody even a fraction of what Tulak Horde had achieved. He became the measuring stick against which all warriors, Sith and Jedi alike, were compared. But perhaps the greatest testament to Tulak Horde's power was not what he achieved in life, but what remained after death. The dark side energy in his tomb did not fade over millennia, but grew stronger, fed by the fear and ambition of those who entered seeking his knowledge. His holocrons continued to teach and corrupt long after his voice had fallen silent. His philosophies echoed in the training of Sith Lords who never met him, but who nonetheless followed principles he established. In a very real sense, Tulak Horde never truly died. He lived on in every Sith who raised a lightsaber, in every warrior who sought perfection through combat, in every being who understood that mastery of the dark side required not just power, but skill, technique, and the willingness to pay any price for victory. The Lord of Hate, the master of the gathering darkness. Tulak Hord stood as proof that the dark side could create beings of such terrible perfection that millennia after their death, their shadows still loom large over the galaxy. He was not the first Dark Lord, nor would he be the last. But in the pantheon of Sith legends, his position at the apex of martial achievement remains secure. And in the darkness between the stars, where power and ambition intertwine, his name is still whispered with the reverence and fear that true mastery commands. Marka Ragnos, the immortal emperor. In the long and bloody history of the Sith, power rarely lasted more than a few decades. Dark Lords rose through violence and fell through betrayal, a cycle of conquest and assassination that defined Sith succession. Ruling for even 20 or 30 years was considered a remarkable achievement. But there was one Sith Lord who shattered this pattern so completely that his reign became legendary not just for its power, but for its impossible duration. Marka Ragnos, who held the title of Dark Lord of the Sith for over 100 years, who presided over what historians call the Golden Age of the Sith, whose influence extended beyond death itself to shape events millennia after his body returned to dust. Marka Ragnos represented a unique blend of bloodlines. Born of both human and pure-blooded Sith heritage, he embodied the synthesis that had created the Sith Empire. His Sith blood gave him distinctive features: red-tinted skin, pronounced facial ridges, and eyes that gleamed with natural dark side power. His human heritage provided adaptability and cunning that pure-blooded Sith sometimes lacked. This combination produced a being of exceptional force potential and remarkable intelligence, someone who understood both the ancient Sith mysticism and the more refined force techniques brought by the exiled Dark Jedi. Ragnos rose to power through a combination of martial prowess and political acumen. In a society where strength was law and weakness meant death, he proved himself strong enough to claim the throne of Dark Lord. But unlike many who achieved that position through sheer power, Ragnos understood something critical. Holding power was far more difficult than seizing it. A Dark Lord might conquer his rivals and claim supremacy, but maintaining that position required more than strength alone. It required intelligence, strategy, and a deep understanding of Sith psychology. The key to Marka Ragnos' longevity was his mastery of manipulation. He recognized that ambitious Sith Lords were inevitable. The dark side fed on ambition, encouraged it, made it a virtue rather than a vice. Trying to suppress that ambition would only create resentment and breed conspiracy. Instead, Ragnos channeled it. He became a master at pitting potential rivals against each other, ensuring they spent their energy fighting one another rather than combining forces against him. When one Sith Lord grew too powerful, Ragnos would subtly support his rivals, maintaining a balance that kept anyone from becoming strong enough to challenge the Dark Lord himself. This strategy required constant vigilance and an almost supernatural understanding of personalities and ambitions. Ragnos needed to know who craved what, who resented whom, which alliances were genuine and which were temporary marriages of convenience. He maintained an extensive network of spies and informants throughout the Empire, ensuring he knew about potential threats before they fully materialized. When he identified a Sith who showed exceptional promise, he would sometimes take personal interest in their development, guiding them toward useful paths while steering them away from dangerous levels of independent power. But Mark Arachnos was not merely a political manipulator. He possessed formidable combat skills and tremendous force power in his own right. Ancient texts suggest his midichlorian count fell in the range of 17,000 to 19,000 per cell, placing him among the most naturally powerful force users of his era. This raw potential, combined with decades of refinement and study, made him a terror in battle. He mastered both lightsaber combat and Sith sorcery, able to switch seamlessly between physical and force-based attacks. In duels, he overwhelmed opponents with his unpredictability, never settling into patterns that could be analyzed and countered. His lightsaber was a unique weapon, ancient even by the standards of his time. Rather than the modern design most Sith used, Ragnos wielded what ancient texts call a proto-saber, an early lightsaber design that still required an external power pack connected by a cable to the hilt. This weapon had certain disadvantages compared to later self-contained designs, but in Ragnos' hands, these limitations became irrelevant. He had trained with this specific weapon for so long that it became an extension of his body, its quirks and characteristics second nature to him. More impressive than his lightsaber was his sword scepter, a unique weapon that combined a traditional blade with Sith alchemy and dark side corruption. This weapon, which would become one of the most sought-after Sith artifacts in later ages, could cleave through opponents with physical force or channel dark side energy in devastating blasts. Ragnos used it as both a symbol of his authority and a practical weapon of war. The sight of the Dark Lord raising his scepter sent terror through even hardened warriors, for they knew what would follow. Under Mark Arachnos' rule, the Sith Empire reached heights of prosperity and power unknown before his reign. Territory expanded as his generals conquered new systems, bringing wealth and resources flooding back to the core worlds. Korriban and Ziost became centers of learning, where young Sith trained in academies that refined and systematized the teaching of dark side techniques. Ancient knowledge was preserved in holocrons, ensuring that the wisdom of past Dark Lords would not be lost. Trade flourished as stable rule allowed merchants to move goods without constant fear of civil war disrupting their routes. This golden age was not without its brutalities. The Sith Empire remained a cruel society built on slavery, domination, and the principle that might made right. But compared to the chaos of constant power struggles and civil wars, Ragnos' long reign brought a kind of stability that allowed the empire to focus its energies outward rather than tearing itself apart from within. Lower-ranked Sith could focus on mastering their abilities rather than constantly watching their backs. Generals could plan long-term campaigns rather than worrying about political upheaval undermining their positions. The entire empire benefited from Ragnos' ability to maintain order among the inherently chaotic Sith Lords. The genetic legacy of the Sith species was preserved and enhanced during Ragnos' reign. While the interbreeding between humans and pure-blooded Sith continued, Ragnos ensured that the distinctive traits of the original species, their red skin and facial features, their natural affinity for the dark side, remained prominent in the ruling class. This was partly practical, as pure-blooded Sith commanded respect in a society that valued ancient lineage, and partly aesthetic, as Ragnos himself displayed these features and wanted to normalize rather than dilute them. Mark Aragnos developed philosophies about power and leadership that would influence Sith thinking for millennia. He taught that a true Dark Lord must be more than the strongest warrior or most powerful sorcerer. Leadership required vision, the ability to see beyond immediate conflicts to long-term consequences. It required understanding that sometimes allowing a rival to survive served better than killing him, that sometimes appearing weaker than you were could make enemies careless, that ruling through fear alone created rebellion, while ruling through a combination of fear and reward created loyalty. These teachings were preserved in holocrons Ragnos created, repositories of his wisdom that future Sith Lords would study with reverence. The holocron of Marka Ragnos became one of the most valued Sith artifacts, sought after not just for its knowledge of Force techniques, but for its insights into strategy, manipulation, and the psychology of power. Later, Sith Lords, even those who considered themselves far beyond Ragnos in raw strength, studied his methods and often found their own understanding of leadership wanting in comparison. As Ragnos aged past his first century of rule, his physical body began to show signs of deterioration that even the dark side could not completely halt. He had used Sith alchemy and Force techniques to extend his lifespan far beyond normal, but immortality remained elusive. Even so, his mental faculties remained sharp, his understanding of power and politics undiminished. Younger Sith Lords who plotted against him, thinking age had made him vulnerable, discovered that Ragnos' mind was as dangerous as ever. More than one ambitious upstart found themselves outmaneuvered by a Dark Lord whose centuries of experience made their schemes seem childishly transparent. The end finally came for Marka Ragnos around 5,000 years before the Battle of Yavin. Even the greatest Sith could not cheat death forever. When the Dark Lord died, it created a power vacuum of tremendous proportions. For over a century, the Sith Empire had known only one ruler. Entire generations had grown to adulthood, never knowing any Dark Lord but Ragnos. His death sent shockwaves through Sith society as ambitious lords who had waited decades for this moment suddenly saw opportunity. Two Sith Lords emerged as primary contenders for Ragnos' throne. Naga Sadow, a forward-thinking Sith who believed the Empire should expand aggressively into new territories, gathering strength for an eventual confrontation with the Republic. And Ludo Kresh, a conservative who felt the Empire should consolidate its existing power rather than risk overextension. Their rivalry represented not just personal ambition, but fundamentally different visions for the Sith future. The funeral of Marka Ragnos became the stage for this rivalry to explode into violence. As the Sith gathered to entomb their fallen emperor, Sadow and Kresh arrived with their respective supporters. What began as verbal sparring quickly escalated to drawn lightsabers as both lords claimed the right to succeed Ragnos. They dueled before the assembled mourners, each trying to prove themselves worthy of leadership through strength of arms. The combatants were evenly matched, neither able to gain decisive advantage over the other, and the duel might have continued until both were exhausted. Then something happened that has become one of the most famous moments in Sith legend. As Sadow and Kresh fought, the spirit of Marka Ragnos himself appeared before them. The ghostly form of the dead emperor materialized above his own burial place, his presence so powerful that it stopped the duel instantly. The Spirit spoke, warning the combatants that their actions threatened everything the Sith had built. He cautioned that while the future held great potential for the Sith, it also contained terrible risks. Then, as suddenly as he had appeared, the Spirit vanished. Witnesses debated for years about what they had truly seen. Was it really Ragnos' spirit, or some Force illusion created by one faction or another? Had the Dark Lord truly transcended death? Or was this just residual Force energy given shape by the expectations and fears of those present? Whatever the truth, the appearance had its desired effect. The duel ended without a clear victor, though the succession crisis remained unresolved. More importantly, the event demonstrated that even in death, Marka Ragnos' influence over the Sith Empire remained potent. The appearance at his funeral would not be Ragnos' last manifestation. His spirit, preserved through ancient Sith techniques, remained bound to the physical world. Unlike many Sith who became Force ghosts, Ragnos did not seem to be trapped or suffering. Rather, he appeared to have achieved a kind of immortality that allowed him to observe and occasionally influence events long after his body's death. This was a feat of extraordinary power and will, demonstrating that Ragnos had mastered dark side techniques that few ever achieved. Millennia after his death, during a period of intense Force activity on Yavin IV, the spirit of Marka Ragnos manifested alongside other ancient Dark Lords. These appearances were not mere echoes or shadows, but genuine manifestations of consciousness and power. The Outlander, a powerful Force user of that later era, encountered Ragnos' spirit and felt the full weight of his dark presence. The dead Emperor retained enough power to lash out at the living, his Force abilities undimmed by death. The tomb of Marka Ragnos on Korriban became one of the most important sites in Sith history. Larger and more elaborate than even Tulak Horde's resting place, it testified to the reverence in which the Empire held its longest reigning Dark Lord. Inside were preserved his scepter, his holocrons, his scrolls of wisdom, and other artifacts. The tomb's very stones were saturated with dark side power, accumulated over centuries from Ragnos' presence and the rituals performed by his followers. Sith who entered this place felt the weight of history pressing down on them, the knowledge that they walked where the greatest of their order had been laid to rest. Future Sith Lords made pilgrimage to Ragnos' tomb, seeking his wisdom or his blessing. Some claimed to commune with his spirit, receiving guidance from beyond the grave. Others sought the artifacts buried with him, believing that possessing Ragnos' scepter or accessing his holocrons would grant them power. The tomb became a rite of passage for ambitious Sith, a test of their worthiness to claim the dark mantle of power. The influence of Marka Ragnos extended far beyond his own era. His teachings about leadership and manipulation influenced every major Sith Lord who came after him. Darth Bane, who would revolutionize the Sith Order thousands of years later, studied Ragnos' methods for maintaining power. Emperor Palpatine, the most successful Sith in galactic history, employed many of the same techniques Ragnos had pioneered, pitting rivals against each other and maintaining control through a combination of fear and reward. The echoes of Ragnos' wisdom resonated across millennia. What made Marka Ragnos truly exceptional was not just his power or his longevity, but his understanding that the Sith Order needed more than warriors. It needed leaders, strategists, philosophers, who could think beyond the next battle to the shape of the Empire generations hence. Many Sith could conquer. Ragnos could rule. Many could destroy rivals. Ragnos could create stability. Many wielded the dark side as a weapon. Ragnos wielded it as a tool of statecraft, using its power not just to kill, but to inspire loyalty, not just to dominate, but to organize and direct toward productive ends. His reign represented the peak of what the old Sith Empire could achieve. After his death, the Empire would fracture and eventually fall, destroyed by the very ambitions Ragnos had spent a century carefully channeling and controlling. Later, Sith would look back on his era with something approaching nostalgia, remembering a time when the Empire seemed invincible, when Sith power reached its zenith, when one Lord's vision and will shaped an entire civilization. Whether such nostalgia was warranted is debatable, but the fact that it existed testified to the impact Ragnos had on Sith consciousness. The golden age of the Sith under Marka Ragnos stood as proof that darkness could build as well as destroy, that the dark side could create order as well as chaos. It was a dangerous lesson, one that later Sith would try repeatedly to replicate, usually with disastrous results. They lacked Ragnos's patience, his understanding of when to act and when to wait, his ability to see beyond personal ambition to the broader needs of the Empire. They had his power, but not his wisdom, his strength, but not his subtlety, his desire for dominance, but not his understanding of how to make that dominance last. Marka Ragnos, the immortal emperor, the Dark Lord who ruled for over a century, whose spirit still manifests millennia after death, whose teachings shape the philosophy of darkness across ages. He was living proof that the dark side rewarded not just the strongest or most ruthless, but those who combined power with intelligence, strength with strategy, and ambition with patience. In the long history of Sith terrors, many were more violent, more destructive, more cruel, but few achieved what Ragnos did, a legacy that truly earned the word immortal. His body died 5,000 years before Yavin, but his influence, his methods, his understanding of power, these lived on, woven into the very fabric of what it meant to be Sith. Exar Kun, the shadow of Yavin. 4,000 years before the Battle of Yavin, when the Republic was ancient and the Jedi Order had grown complacent in their guardianship, there arose a Sith Lord whose ambition and power would shake the galaxy to its foundations. Exar Kun, a name that became synonymous with corruption, with the seduction of the righteous, with war on a scale that nearly destroyed both the Jedi Order and the Republic itself. His story is a cautionary tale about the dangers of curiosity without wisdom, of power without restraint, of brilliance twisted into service of darkness. Exar Kun was born on one of the core worlds during an era of relative peace. From early childhood, his connection to the Force burned bright, a beacon that drew the attention of Jedi recruiters. He was brought to the Jedi Temple and trained in the ways of the light, showing exceptional promise from his earliest days. His master was Vodo Siask Bas, a Kravaki Jedi Master renowned for his wisdom and his deep understanding of Force history. Under Bas's tutelage, Kun learned not just the physical aspects of being a Jedi, but the philosophical underpinnings that made the Order what it was. But from the beginning, there was something different about Exar Kun. He possessed a fierce intelligence that demanded answers, a burning curiosity that would not be satisfied with simple explanations. Where other Padawans accepted the Jedi Code's restrictions on certain areas of study, Kun questioned them. Why were some Force techniques forbidden? What knowledge did the Jedi hide in their deepest vaults? What could be learned from studying the ancient Sith, not to emulate them, but to understand how they had achieved such power? These questions troubled Master Boss, who recognized in his student the same dangerous curiosity that had led other Jedi astray throughout history. Kun's natural abilities were extraordinary. His midichlorian count was estimated at approximately 17,000 to 19,000 Bacel, placing him among the most naturally gifted Force users of his generation. This raw potential manifested in remarkable ways during his training. He mastered lightsaber combat with a speed that astonished his instructors, developing techniques that combined traditional forms with innovations of his own creation. His understanding of the Force was intuitive and profound, allowing him to accomplish feats that took other students years to master. By the time he was knighted, Exar Kun was widely considered one of the most promising Jedi of his era. But promise and pride often walk hand in hand, and Kun's confidence in his own abilities began to curdle into arrogance. He believed the Jedi Council was holding him back, keeping the truly powerful techniques secret, because they feared what he might accomplish with them. The restrictions felt like chains designed to prevent him from reaching his full potential. This resentment festered, fed by his readings in forbidden texts he accessed through less than official channels. He learned of ancient Sith lords, of powers they had wielded, of knowledge they had possessed that the Jedi had tried to erase from history. Master Vodo Siosk Bas sensed his student drifting toward dangerous territory. He warned Kun about the seductive nature of dark side knowledge, how it promised power but delivered only corruption and suffering. He tried to redirect Kun's curiosity toward more constructive pursuits, but Kun had already made his decision. He would seek out the forbidden knowledge himself, would prove that he could study the dark side without being consumed by it, would show the Jedi Council that their fears were groundless. With this fateful choice, Exar Kun left his master and the Jedi Order behind, embarking on a quest that would transform him from promising Jedi into one of history's most feared Sith Lords. His journey led him first to Onderon, a world with a dark history. Centuries earlier, it had been ruled by Freeden Nad, a fallen Jedi who had become a Sith Lord and enslaved the planet. Though Nad's physical reign had ended, his influence lingered, and Kun sought the knowledge Nad had accumulated. With help from two of Nad's cultist followers, Kun located the Dark Lord's tomb on Onderon's jungle moon, Dijun. There, in the darkness of an ancient crypt, Exar Kun came face to face with the spirit of Freeden Nad himself. The dead Sith Lord saw in Kun exactly what he had been searching for, a powerful, ambitious Force user who could serve as a vessel for his return to physical form. Nad began the process of corruption carefully, playing on Kun's pride and his desire for knowledge. He showed Kun visions of power, demonstrated techniques that the Jedi would never teach. When Kun proved resistant to direct manipulation, Nad engineered his downfall more brutally. He caused a temple to collapse on the young seeker, crushing his body beneath tons of stone, leaving him dying in agony. In that moment of ultimate desperation, with death reaching for him, Exar Kun made the choice that would define the rest of his existence. He reached for the dark side, not tentatively, not with reservation, but fully and completely. The dark power flooded into him, and he used it to heal his shattered body, to pull himself back from death's threshold. But the cost of that healing was terrible. The dark side, once touched so completely, does not easily release its grip. Kun had saved his life, but he had lost something far more precious. His connection to the light side began to wither, replaced by the seductive whisper of dark power. Freeden Nad, believing he had won, directed his new student to Korriban, the ancient Sith homeworld. There, Nad promised, Kun would find the knowledge and power necessary to complete his transformation. The journey to Korriban was a pilgrimage of sorts, a descent into darkness, both literal and metaphorical. On that dead world, among the tombs of ancient Dark Lords, Exar Kun underwent trials that stripped away the last remnants of his Jedi training. He delved into Sith alchemy and sorcery. He learned to channel hatred and anger as sources of strength. He discovered powers that the Jedi had forbidden for good reason. But Exar Kun's journey had one more surprise in store, one that would define what kind of Sith Lord he would become. Freeden Nad's spirit continued to guide him, continued to teach him, but it became clear that the ancient Sith saw Kun merely as a tool, a means to an end. Nad intended to use Kun's body as a vessel for his own resurrection, to live again through this powerful young host. When Kun realized the truth, his response was immediate and devastating. Using a Sith amulet he had recovered and the dark powers he had mastered, Kun channeled all his rage into a single focused blast. He obliterated Freeden Nad's spirit utterly, destroying his manipulator once and for all. This act marked Exar Kun's true emergence as a Dark Lord in his own right. He was no one's apprentice, no one's tool. He would forge his own path, create his own dark empire, and answer to no master living or dead. With Nad destroyed, Kun traveled to Yavin 4, a jungle moon rich in dark side power. There, he encountered the Masasi, descendants of the Sith species who had been enslaved and mutated by ancient Sith alchemy. These warriors attacked Kun, but he proved far too powerful for them. Using a combination of lightsaber combat and devastating force abilities, he slaughtered those who opposed him and bent the survivors to his will. On Yavin 4, Exar Kun established his base of power. He used Sith alchemy to further corrupt the Masasi, transforming them into even more fearsome warriors completely loyal to him. He had them construct massive temples, structures that would serve both as monuments to his power and as focal points for dark-side energy. These temples were architectural marvels, their design incorporating both practical defensive features and mystical geometries that amplified force abilities. Within their walls, Kun conducted experiments in Sith sorcery that would have horrified his former Jedi colleagues. But Kun's ambitions extended far beyond ruling a single moon. He sought nothing less than the complete reformation of galactic civilization under Sith principles. To accomplish this, he needed allies, other dark side users who could command armies and systems. His search led him to the Empress Teta system, where a dark side cult called the Krath had risen to power. The cult was led by cousin Satal and Alima Cato, nobles who had discovered Sith teachings and used them to conquer their home system. Among the Krath was a fallen Jedi named Ulic Qel-Droma, a man whose story of corruption paralleled Kun's own in many ways. When Kun and Qel-Droma met, it was as rivals. Both were powerful dark side users, both commanded followers, both saw themselves as the rightful leader of a new Sith order. They ignited their lightsabers and prepared for a duel that would determine which would rule and which would die. But before blood could be shed, something extraordinary occurred. The spirit of Mark Aragnos, the ancient Sith emperor who had been dead for 1,000 years, manifested before them. The ghostly Dark Lord proclaimed both men worthy of the title Sith Lord. He declared Exar Kun, the Dark Lord of the Sith, and Ulic Qel-Droma, his apprentice, establishing a hierarchy that would define their brotherhood. With this blessing from beyond the grave, Kun and Qel-Droma put aside their rivalry and forged an alliance. They combined their forces, Kun's Massassi warriors and Dark Jedi converts, Qel-Droma's Krath military machine, and the Mandalorian warrior clans who allied with them seeking glorious combat. Together, they commanded a military force capable of challenging the Republic itself. The stage was set for what would become known as the Great Sith War, a conflict that would bring the galaxy to the brink of destruction. Exar Kun proved to be not just a powerful Force user, but a brilliant military strategist and master manipulator. One of his most audacious moves came when he traveled to Ossus, the library world where the Jedi stored their most precious and ancient texts. There, he murdered Odan-Ur, the keeper of antiquities, a Drethos Jedi master who had guarded the archives for centuries. From the dying keeper's possession, Kun stole a Sith holocron of immense power. This artifact became a key tool in his campaign of corruption. Using the knowledge in the holocron, Kun developed techniques to corrupt other Jedi to the dark side at an accelerated pace. He did not simply defeat Jedi in combat, he seduced them, turning the Order's own members into his servants. Young Jedi Knights, idealistic and powerful, found themselves drawn to Kun's charisma and his promises of greater understanding. He would show them that the Jedi Council had lied to them about the nature of power, that there were techniques and abilities they had been denied access to for no good reason. One by one, Jedi fell to his corruption, forming what he called the Brotherhood of the Sith. The most visible symbol of Exar Kun's innovation was his lightsaber. Not content with a standard single blade, Kun modified his weapon to incorporate a second blade at the opposite end of the hilt, creating the first double-bladed lightsaber in recorded history. This weapon gave him a significant advantage in combat, as opponents trained to fight single-blade weapons found themselves overwhelmed by attacks coming from unexpected angles. The double-bladed lightsaber became a symbol of Kun's genius and his willingness to break with tradition to gain advantage. Millennia later, Sith lords like Darth Maul would wield similar weapons, unknowingly following in Exar Kun's footsteps. Kun's power continued to grow throughout the war. He commanded abilities that terrified even experienced Jedi. His Force lightning could reduce opponents to ash. His telekinetic power allowed him to hurl massive objects or tear starships from orbit. He mastered Sith alchemy to the point where he could create new life forms, monstrous creatures designed specifically for warfare. His understanding of dark side rituals enabled him to perform feats that bordered on the miraculous and the horrifying. During one battle, he generated a supernova by manipulating stellar mechanics through the Force, destroying an entire star cluster to eliminate Republic forces. The Kron cluster explosion devastated multiple worlds and demonstrated that Kun wielded power on a cosmic scale. Perhaps his most terrifying ability was his capacity to dominate minds on a massive scale. In a bold strike against the heart of Republic power, Kun and the Mandalorian leader Mandalore the Indomitable stormed the Galactic Senate on Coruscant itself. Before the assembled senators, and with the entire galaxy watching, Kun used the Force to immobilize everyone in the chamber. He forced Supreme Chancellor Sidrona to denounce the Republic as weak and outdated, to proclaim it a failing system that deserved to be replaced. The Chancellor's words were not his own, but Kun's, channeled through absolute mental domination. When Kun released his control, the strain killed the Chancellor instantly, a demonstration of the Dark Lord's utter disregard for life and his absolute confidence in his power. It was during this raid that Exar Kun came face to face with his former master, Vodo Siosk Bas. The Jedi Master had never stopped trying to redeem his fallen student, never abandoned hope that Kun could be brought back to the light. He pleaded with Kun to end his war, to see the destruction he was causing, to remember the ideals he had once held dear. For a moment, watching his old teacher, some fragment of the man Exar Kun had been might have stirred, but it was quickly buried beneath layers of dark side corruption and pride. Kun agreed to duel his master, even offering to return to being Bas's student if the Jedi could defeat him. The duel that followed was brief and brutal. Vodosiosк Bas was a skilled combatant, and for a time he matched Kun blow for blow. But the Dark Lord had one final surprise. In the middle of their duel, Kun activated his lightsaber's second blade. The Jedi Master, unprepared for this innovation, could not adapt quickly enough. Exar Kun struck him down, killing the teacher who had tried until the last moment to save him. With Bas's death, Kun severed his final connection to his Jedi past. There was no going back now, no redemption possible. He was fully and completely a Sith Lord. The war raged on, consuming worlds and lives by the millions. Exar Kun's Brotherhood of the Sith won victory after victory, their dark side powers overwhelming Republic defenders. The Jedi Order, which had grown complacent during generations of peace, found itself fighting desperately against an enemy that used their own fallen members against them. For a time, it seemed possible that Kun would actually succeed, that he would tear down the Republic and establish a new galactic order founded on Sith principles. But every empire built on darkness carries within it the seeds of its own destruction. Ulic Qel-Droma, Kun's apprentice and the second most powerful member of the Brotherhood, was captured by Republic forces. During his trial, he experienced a moment of clarity and doubt. The dark side had promised him power, but it had cost him everything he once valued. In an act that sealed the Brotherhood's fate, Qel-Droma betrayed Exar Kun. He revealed the location of Kun's base on Yavin 4 to the Jedi, giving them the chance to strike at the heart of Sith power. A massive fleet of Republic and Jedi forces converged on Yavin 4. They came not to negotiate or to offer surrender terms, but to end the war by destroying its architect. Exar Kun, seeing the overwhelming force arrayed against him, knew that his physical body could not survive what was coming, But in his studies of Sith techniques, he had learned of ancient rituals that could preserve consciousness beyond death. If he could not win, he would at least survive to fight another day. In the moments before the final assault began, Kun performed a ritual of terrible power. He drew upon the life force of every Massassi warrior on Yavin 4, thousands of beings who had served him loyally. He drained them completely, consuming their essence to fuel his magic. With their life energy, he tore his own spirit from his body and bound it to the temples he had built. His physical form perished, but his consciousness remained trapped within the stone walls, but still aware, still powerful, still malevolent. The Jedi, led by Nomi Sunrider, unleashed their counter to Kun's dark ritual. Thousands of Jedi combined their power to create what they called a wall of light, a manifestation of the light side of the Force so pure and concentrated that it should have destroyed any dark presence it touched. This light scoured the surface of Yavin 4, devastating the jungle and seemingly purging the moon of dark side corruption. The Jedi believed they had succeeded, that Exar Kun's spirit had been destroyed along with his body. They were wrong. Kun's consciousness survived within his temples, trapped but not destroyed. The wall of light had imprisoned him rather than destroying him, binding his spirit so thoroughly that he could not manifest or act. For 4,000 years, Exar Kun's ghost lingered in those ancient structures, aware but impotent, raging against his confinement but unable to break free. The temples became places of dark power, avoided by the Force-sensitive who could feel the malevolence within. Yavin 4 became a forgotten world, its role in galactic history fading into legend and then into myth. But prisons, even Force-created prisons, do not last forever. 4 millennia after the Great Sith War, a Jedi Master named Luke Skywalker sought a location to establish a new Jedi Academy, to rebuild the order that had fallen during the rise of the Empire. He chose Yavin 4, drawn by the presence of ancient temples that could be repurposed as training facilities. He had no idea that in those temples slept the spirit of one of history's most dangerous Sith Lords, and that the presence of his Force-sensitive students would provide exactly the catalyst needed to awaken that dark consciousness. Exar Kun's spirit stirred, drawn to the light side power of Luke's students like a shark drawn to blood and water. Slowly, carefully, the dead Sith Lord began to work his corruption again. He appeared in dreams and visions, subtle at first, slowly increasing his influence. A student named Gantoris proved particularly susceptible. Kun guided him, taught him, promised him power beyond what Luke could offer. But when Gantoris began to resist the corruption, when his Jedi training gave him the strength to reject the dark side, Kun killed him instantly, burning him from within with dark side energy so intense it left nothing but ash. Another student, Kip Duran, became Kun's primary target. Duran was exceptionally powerful and carried deep anger about the Empire's crimes against his family. Kun exploited this anger, showing Duran how to access power that could bring down the Empire once and for all. Under Kun's guidance, Duran grew strong in the dark side, eventually stealing a powerful superweapon and declaring himself the new Lord of the Sith. But this was merely a prelude to Kun's true goal. The dead Sith Lord confronted Luke Skywalker directly, using his dark powers to tear Luke's spirit from his body, leaving the Jedi Master in a coma-like state while his consciousness floated disembodied. With Luke incapacitated, Kun attempted to dominate the rest of the students, to corrupt them all, and create a new brotherhood of the Sith. He sent monstrous creatures to attack them. He tried to turn them against each other. He assaulted their minds with visions of terror and temptation. But Kun had underestimated Luke's students. They were young and inexperienced, yes, but they had something Kun's ancient followers had lacked: genuine care for one another. They united not out of fear or desire for power, but out of love for their teacher and commitment to Jedi principles. Together, combining their light side power in a technique taught by Luke, they created a wall of light similar to the one that had trapped Kun 4,000 years earlier. But this time, with Luke's spirit and the ghost of Vodosiask Boss adding their strength, the light was strong enough not just to imprison, but to destroy. Exar Kun's spirit fought desperately, lashing out with centuries of accumulated hatred. But he could not break the united power of the students. Slowly, inexorably, the light penetrated his defenses, his consciousness, which had endured for 4 millennia, began to dissolve. In his final moments, Kun heard his former master's voice telling him that he had been warned, that this defeat had been predicted when he first turned to darkness. Then, with a final scream of rage and denial, the spirit of Exar Kun was destroyed completely. His long existence finally ended. The legacy of Exar Kun extended far beyond his lifetime or even his death. He had been one of the most powerful Sith Lords in history, with abilities that allowed him to generate supernovas, dominate thousands of minds simultaneously, and survive as a conscious spirit for millennia. His estimated midi-chlorian count of 17,000 to 19,000 per cell placed him among the most naturally powerful Force users ever recorded. But his true danger lay not just in power, but in his intelligence, his charisma, and his understanding of how to corrupt others. Kun had demonstrated that the greatest threat to the Jedi was not external enemies, but their own students. He had shown that curiosity and ambition, traits that could make a great Jedi, could just as easily create a terrible Sith. His creation of the double-bladed lightsaber influenced Sith design for millennia, with even Darth Maul unknowingly following in his footsteps. His techniques for corrupting Force users through subtle manipulation rather than brute force became studied and emulated by later Darksiders. His ability to survive death and maintain consciousness for thousands of years remained one of the most impressive feats of dark side power ever recorded. What made Exar Kun particularly terrifying was how much of his humanity he retained, even as he embraced darkness. He was not a mindless destroyer or a creature of pure evil. He was intelligent, creative, capable of genuine strategic thinking, and even moments of what might be called honor. He had loved his master even as he killed him. He had sought knowledge for its own sake, even as that knowledge corrupted him. This made him unpredictable and dangerous in ways that more straightforward villains were not. You could understand his motivations, could even sympathize with his initial curiosity, which made his fall all the more tragic and his evil all the more insidious. The temples on Yavin 4 stood for thousands of years after Kun's final destruction, monuments to ambition and corruption. They served as reminders that power without wisdom leads only to ruin, that the dark side's promises are always lies wrapped in truth, that no one is immune to corruption, no matter how strong or intelligent they believed themselves to be. Exar Kun had been one of the most promising Jedi of his generation. He became one of the most destructive Sith Lords in history, and in the end, after 4,000 years of existence, he was destroyed by a group of novice Jedi students united by the light. There was a lesson there for those wise enough to see it. Darth Revan, the prodigal knight. In the annals of galactic history, few names inspire more controversy, more debate, more conflicting emotions than Revan. Was he hero or villain? Savior or destroyer? Jedi or Sith? The answer, perhaps unsatisfyingly, is all of these and none of these. Revan transcended simple categorization. His story, one of transformation and redemption that challenged every assumption about the nature of the Force and the possibility of return from darkness. He was a Sith Lord of terrible power who nearly conquered the galaxy. He was a Jedi Knight who saved the Republic from annihilation, and somehow, impossibly, he was both of these at once. The early life of the being who would become Revan remains shrouded in mystery. The trauma of what happened to him erased much of his past from even his own memory. What is known is that he was taken into the Jedi Order as a child, showing exceptional Force potential from his earliest days. His natural midichlorian count was estimated between 16,000 and 18,000 per cell, placing him among the most powerful, Force-sensitive beings of his era. This raw potential manifested early, and young Revan progressed through his training with remarkable speed. But it was not just power that set Revan apart. It was his mind. Revan possessed an intellect that was nothing short of genius level. He could analyze complex tactical situations and devise solutions that others never even considered. He understood people, could read their motivations, and predict their actions with uncanny accuracy. He had a gift for strategy that made him exceptional even among Jedi, who were already trained to think several steps ahead. These qualities, combined with his Force abilities, made him one of the Order's brightest stars. Revan's closest friend during his time as a Jedi was another talented student named Alec, who would later be known by a very different name. The two were inseparable, training together, studying together, pushing each other to greater heights. They shared a hunger for knowledge and a desire to use their abilities to make a real difference in the galaxy. When they looked at the Jedi Council, they saw wisdom, yes, but also caution that bordered on paralysis. The galaxy faced threats, and Revan and Alec believed the Jedi should be more proactive in addressing them. The Mandalorian Wars changed everything. The Mandalorian Neo-Crusaders, warrior clans seeking conquest and glory, began a campaign of expansion that threatened to overwhelm the Republic. World after world fell to their fleets. Millions died as the Mandalorians carved a bloody path through Republic space. The Jedi Council, after careful deliberation, decided not to intervene. They sensed something manipulating events from behind the scenes, some greater threat using the Mandalorians as pawns. They counseled patience and observation while they investigated this hidden enemy. Revan could not accept this. He watched the reports of Mandalorian atrocities, saw the casualty figures climbing, listened to the desperate pleas for help from beleaguered Republic worlds. The Jedi Code taught that a Jedi should be a protector, a guardian of peace and justice. How could the Council sit idle while innocents died? How could they cite mysterious hidden threats as justification for inaction while very real, very visible threats were destroying lives by the millions? It was a betrayal of everything the Order claimed to stand for. In a decision that would reshape galactic history, Revan defied the Jedi Council. He rallied those Jedi who shared his convictions, those who believed action was necessary even without the Council's blessing. With Alec at his side, Revan led a faction of Jedi into the Mandalorian Wars, taking command of Republic military forces and finally giving the beleaguered defenders the leadership they desperately needed. What followed was a masterclass in military strategy and tactical genius. Revan proved to be a military commander of extraordinary skill. He understood that the Mandalorians were warriors who valued honor and strength, and he used this knowledge against them. He engineered situations where Mandalorian pride forced them into disadvantageous positions. He struck at their supply lines and communication networks rather than merely matching them in direct combat. He studied their tactics, identified weaknesses in their doctrine, and exploited those weaknesses ruthlessly. Battle after battle, Revan outmaneuvered Mandalorian commanders who had never known defeat. The tide of the war turned. Republic forces, which had been on the verge of collapse, began winning victories. Systems that had been occupied were liberated. The Mandalorian advance slowed, then stopped, then reversed. Throughout the Republic, Revan became a hero, the savior who had done what the Jedi Council would not. Soldiers followed him with fanatical loyalty. Civilians saw him as their deliverer. Even other Jedi, those who had initially doubted his decision to defy the Council, began to reconsider their positions. But war changes those who fight it, especially wars as brutal as the Mandalorian conflict. Revan made decisions that troubled even his own commanders. When the Mandalorians dug in on certain worlds using civilian populations as shields, Revan did not hesitate. He bombarded those worlds, accepting massive civilian casualties as the price of victory. When he needed information, he used torture and intimidation without hesitation. The heroic Jedi Knight who had entered the war to protect the innocent was slowly transforming into something harder, darker, more willing to accept that sometimes the ends justified terrible means. The climax of the Mandalorian Wars came at the Battle of Malachor V. Revan had engineered a trap, luring the bulk of the Mandalorian fleet to this remote world. There, he ordered the activation of a superweapon called the Mass Shadow Generator. This device manipulated gravity on an unprecedented scale, creating a wound in space itself. Entire fleets were torn apart by gravitational forces. The planet's surface was devastated. Thousands died in an instant. Republic and Mandalorian alike, their life forces ripped away by the weapon's activation. The weapon worked. The Mandalorian fleet was destroyed, their leadership killed or scattered. Mandalore the Ultimate, the commander of the Crusaders, was defeated by Revan in single combat. The war was over, won by the Republic through methods that would haunt many who served. But the price of victory extended beyond the casualties. The Mass Shadow Generator had created more than just destruction. It had torn a hole in the Force itself, a wound that would have consequences for years to come. And it had completed the transformation of Revan and those closest to him. During his search for the superweapon and his investigation into who had been manipulating the Mandalorians, Revan discovered the truth the Jedi Council had sensed but not understood. There was a Sith Empire hidden in the unknown regions, preparing for war against the Republic. The ancient Sith Emperor, a being of unimaginable dark power, had been using the Mandalorians to weaken the Republic and the Jedi. Revan and Alec, now called Malak, traveled beyond known space to confront this threat directly. What happened during that confrontation remains one of the great mysteries of galactic history. Revan and Malak entered Sith space as Jedi, committed to defending the Republic. They returned as Sith Lords, committed to conquering it. Whether they were captured and tortured until they broke, or whether they were shown truths that made them question everything they believed, or whether the dark side simply claimed them as it had claimed so many before, the result was the same. The heroes of the Mandalorian Wars became the Republic's greatest threat. Darth Revan, as he now styled himself, possessed power and knowledge that made him one of the most dangerous Sith Lords in history. His natural Force abilities, already exceptional, were amplified by dark side techniques he had mastered. His estimated midi-chlorian count remained in the 16,000 to 18,000 range. But he wielded that power with an efficiency and creativity that few could match. He had studied lightsaber combat under multiple masters, learning elements of all 7 traditional forms and synthesizing them into a style uniquely his own. He could adapt his approach to counter any opponent, switching between aggressive assault and careful defense as the situation demanded. But Revan's true strength lay not in raw power, but in his strategic mind applied to galactic scale conquest. He did not simply attack the Republic with massive fleets, overwhelming them through superior force. Instead, he studied the Republic's structure, identified its weaknesses, and exploited them with surgical precision. He targeted infrastructure rather than populations, seeking to capture rather than destroy. He wanted to rule the galaxy, not reduce it to ash, and his methods reflected this goal. Revan and Malak had discovered the Star Forge during their time in unknown space, an ancient Rakatan space station that could produce ships and weapons using the dark side of the Force itself. With this infinite factory at their disposal, they built a fleet that could challenge the entire Republic military. But Revan used this fleet intelligently, never committing to battles he couldn't win, always preserving his forces while bleeding the Republic's strength through asymmetric warfare and strategic strikes. The Jedi Civil War that followed was devastating. Revan's forces won victory after victory, capturing key worlds and industrial centers. Many Republic officers and soldiers, remembering Revan as the hero who had saved them from the Mandalorians, willingly defected to his cause. Some Jedi, disillusioned by the Council's earlier inaction and impressed by Revan's power, fell to the dark side and joined his growing Sith empire. For a time, it seemed inevitable that Darth Revan would succeed where so many Sith before him had failed. He would conquer the Republic and rule the galaxy. But darkness always carries within it the seeds of betrayal. Darth Malak, Revan's apprentice and former best friend, grew ambitious. He saw how much of the Empire's success depended on Revan's genius, and he resented serving as second to the man he had once considered an equal. When an opportunity presented itself, Malak seized it without hesitation. During a battle, when a Jedi strike team boarded Revan's flagship, Malak ordered his own ships to fire on the vessel, hoping to kill both the Jedi and his master simultaneously. The attack nearly succeeded. Revan was gravely injured, his body broken and his mind shattered by the combination of physical trauma and the Force energies unleashed in the attack. He should have died, He would have died if not for the intervention of a Jedi named Bastila Shan. Using a rare technique called battle meditation, Bastila had been crucial to the Republic's few victories against Revan's forces. She was part of the strike team that boarded his ship, and when Malak's betrayal left Revan dying, she made a decision that changed everything. She saved his life. The Jedi Council faced an unprecedented situation. They had captured Darth Revan, one of the most powerful Sith Lords in history, but he was barely alive, and his mind was shattered. They could execute him, but that seemed like a waste of potential. They could imprison him, but no prison could hold such a powerful Force user indefinitely. In a decision that would be debated and second-guessed for generations, the Council chose a third option. They would give Revan a new identity, suppress his memories of being a Sith Lord, and use him as a weapon against Malak. Using the Force, the Jedi Council rebuilt Revan's mind with new memories, a new personality. They made him believe he was a simple Republic soldier who had recently demonstrated Force sensitivity and been recruited for Jedi training. They gave him back to Bastila to train, hoping that exposure to the light side and Jedi teachings would complete his redemption. It was manipulation on a scale that troubled even some who participated in it. But the Council believed the alternative, allowing Malak to continue his conquest, was worse. The being who woke up knowing himself only as Revan, a new Jedi recruit, had no memory of the strategic genius who had won the Mandalorian Wars, or the Dark Lord who had nearly conquered the galaxy. He started over, learning the basics of Jedi training, developing abilities that felt strangely natural and familiar, though he couldn't explain why. He worked alongside Bastila, whose battle meditation made them a formidable team, and slowly began making a difference in the war against Darth Malak. As Revan's training progressed, fragments of his old self began to surface. He demonstrated tactical insights that a novice shouldn't possess. He knew things about Sith tactics that he couldn't explain. Dreams and visions hinted at a past he couldn't remember. Slowly, through a series of adventures and battles, Revan began to uncover the truth of who he had been. The revelation, when it came, should have destroyed him. Learning that he had been Darth Revan, that he was responsible for countless deaths and the suffering of billions, might have broken a lesser being. But Revan was not a lesser being. When confronted with the truth of his past, he did not deny it or flee from it. He accepted responsibility for what he had done while choosing to be someone different moving forward. He decided that while he could not undo the harm Darth Revan had caused, he could stop Darth Malak from causing more. He could use his knowledge of Sith tactics and his strategic genius, gifts that remained even after his memory wipe, to end the war and save the Republic. It was a choice that defined what made Revan unique among Sith Lords: the ability to change, to choose differently, to walk back from the abyss. The final confrontation between Revan and Malak took place aboard the Starforge itself. Malak had transformed the ancient station into his fortress, surrounding himself with every advantage he could conceive. He had used Sith alchemy and Force techniques to enhance his own power, feeding on the life forces of Jedi he had captured. In theory, he should have been unbeatable in this environment, drawing on the Starforge's dark side energies to augment his already formidable abilities. But theory did not account for one factor. Revan was simply better. Not necessarily more powerful in raw force strength, though he was certainly powerful enough. Better because his tactical mind could analyze the battlefield and identify winning strategies. Better because his lightsaber technique was more refined, more adaptable. Better because he understood that power without wisdom is ultimately self-defeating, a lesson Malak had never learned. The duel was brutal and prolonged, but its outcome was never truly in doubt. Revan struck down his former friend, ending the threat of Darth Malak and securing victory for the Republic. In the aftermath of the war, Revan faced a choice about his future. The Jedi Council wanted him to remain with the Order, to complete his rehabilitation and serve as a symbol of redemption. But Revan remembered everything. He knew about the Sith Emperor, the true threat that had corrupted him in the first place. That ancient darkness was still out there, beyond the borders of known space, planning and waiting. Someone needed to confront that threat, and Revan believed that someone had to be him. He left Republic space, traveling alone into the unknown regions to face the evil that had nearly destroyed him. What happened during Revan's encounter with the Sith Emperor is documented in fragments and reports that often contradict each other. What is clear is that Revan was captured and imprisoned for centuries, his life sustained through Sith alchemy, while the Emperor fed on his knowledge and tactical genius. Even in captivity, Revan's strength of will was such that he could influence events, subtly sabotaging the Emperor's plans and buying the Republic precious time to prepare for the coming war. Eventually, he was freed by other heroes, but his ordeal had left him changed in ways that went beyond the physical. The story of Revan did not end with one redemption or one sacrifice. He lived multiple lives: Jedi hero, Sith conqueror, redeemed champion, self-sacrificing protector. Each transformation revealed new facets of his character, new interpretations of what it meant to walk between light and darkness. His legacy influenced galactic events for generations after his physical death. Sith lords studied his strategies. Jedi debated whether the Council had been right to manipulate his mind. Historians argued about whether his conquest of the Republic had been evil or a necessary evil, designed to prepare the galaxy for a greater threat. Darth Revan's midi-chlorian count, estimated at 16,000 to 18,000 per cell, placed him among the elite force users of any era. But raw power was only part of what made him exceptional. His true strength came from his ability to use that power efficiently, to apply strategic thinking to every aspect of force use. He did not simply throw lightning or push objects with telekinesis. He used force abilities the way a master chess player uses pieces, each move calculated to create advantages that compounded over time. This efficiency made him more dangerous than beings with higher midi-chlorian counts who relied purely on overwhelming force. His lightsaber technique was similarly refined. Revan had studied under masters of multiple forms, learning Makashi's precision, Soresu's defense, Ataru's acrobatics, Jemso's power, and elements of other forms as well. Rather than specializing in one form, he synthesized elements of all of them, creating a style that could adapt to any opponent or situation. When facing an aggressive opponent, he could shift to defensive forms and tire them out. When fighting defensively minded enemies, he could increase aggression and overwhelm their guards. This adaptability made him one of the greatest duelists in galactic history. But perhaps Revan's most important legacy was the question he forced people to ask. Can someone who has fallen to darkness truly return to the light? The Jedi traditionally believed that falling to the dark side was irreversible, that once corrupted, a Force user could never be fully trusted again. Revan proved this assumption wrong. He had been a Sith Lord of terrible power, responsible for countless deaths and immeasurable suffering. And yet, he returned to the light, not through external force or manipulation, but through choice. He chose to be better than he had been, to use his power to help rather than conquer. This possibility that redemption was always achievable, that choice mattered more than past actions, became a cornerstone of Luke Skywalker's new Jedi Order thousands of years later. Luke's belief that his father could be redeemed despite being Darth Vader echoed Revan's transformation. The idea that the dark side was a choice that could be unmade rather than an irreversible corruption offered hope to a galaxy that desperately needed it. Revan's story became proof that no one was beyond saving, that even the most terrible villains contained a potential for good. The debate about Revan's true nature continues across the galaxy even centuries after his death. Was he fundamentally good, a hero who temporarily lost his way? Was he fundamentally Sith, with his redemption merely a tool he used to defeat Malak? Or was he something more complex, a being who transcended the binary of light and dark to become something unique? Perhaps the answer is that Revan was all of these things, a reminder that people cannot be reduced to simple categories, that everyone contains the capacity for both great good and terrible evil, and that the difference between hero and villain comes down to the choices we make in critical moments. What cannot be debated is Revan's impact on galactic history. He saved the Republic from the Mandalorians through brilliant strategy and decisive action. He nearly destroyed the Republic as a Sith Lord through equally brilliant strategy. He saved it again after his redemption, and even after his physical death, his legacy continued to influence events through those who studied his teachings and tried to learn from both his triumphs and his failures. In the long chronicle of beings who wielded great power, few have left as complex or as lasting a mark as Darth Revan, the prodigal knight; Darth Malak, the broken apprentice. Every great villain exists in someone's shadow. For Darth Malak, that shadow belonged to Revan, the man who had been his best friend, his brother in arms, his teacher in the ways of the Sith, and ultimately his greatest failure. Malak's story is one of constant striving to equal someone who would always be better, of power without wisdom, of ambition without the strategic genius necessary to fully achieve it. He was terrifying, not because he was the most powerful Sith, but because he was powerful enough to cause immense destruction while lacking the control or vision to build anything lasting. The being who would become Darth Malak was born Alec on the planet Quelli. Like Revan, he was taken into the Jedi Order as a child after displaying strong Force sensitivity. His midi-chlorian count was estimated at approximately 15,000 to 16,000 per cell, slightly lower than Revan's, but still exceptional by any standard. This natural power manifested early, and young Alec progressed rapidly through his training, earning recognition as one of the Order's most promising students. Alec and Revan met during their time at the Jedi Academy and instantly connected. They were similar in many ways, both questioning, both brilliant, both impatient with the slow deliberation that characterized the Jedi Council's decision-making. They pushed each other in training, competed in their studies, and developed a friendship that transcended simple camaraderie. They were brothers in everything but blood, united by shared values and aspirations. When the Mandalorian Wars began and Revan chose to defy the Council to defend the Republic, Alec followed without hesitation. During the Mandalorian Wars, Alec distinguished himself as a warrior and commander. He led Republic forces in multiple successful engagements, developed a reputation for aggressive tactics and personal courage, and earned the loyalty of those who served under him. But even as he achieved victory after victory, he remained second to Revan. It was Revan who developed the overall strategy, Revan who made the crucial decisions, Revan whom soldiers and civilians alike hailed as the savior of the Republic. Alec was the exceptional lieutenant, but he was never the general. This dynamic continued when both fell to the dark side. As Darth Revan built his Sith empire, Alec became Darth Malak, the Dark Lord's apprentice and right hand. Malak commanded fleets and conquered worlds, wielding power that would have made him the undisputed master in any other era. But in Revan's shadow, he remained second. This rankled-fed resentment that grew with each passing day, each victory that added to Revan's legend, while Malak remained merely the apprentice. The dark side fed on that resentment, whispering that Malak deserved more, that he could do better, that Revan held him back just as the Jedi Council had held them both back. Darth Malak's appearance became distinctive during this period, marked by extensive cybernetic reconstruction of his lower jaw. The common story was that his jaw had been destroyed in battle, requiring replacement with mechanical prosthetics. But darker rumors suggested the injury came during the transformation into Sith, perhaps self-inflicted as a demonstration of commitment to the dark side, perhaps done by Revan as punishment for some transgression. Whatever the truth, the metal jaw became Malak's signature, a visual reminder that he had given up his humanity in service of dark power. The prosthetics changed his voice, giving it a harsh, metallic quality that added to his intimidating presence. Malak's fighting style reflected his personality, aggressive, direct, overwhelming. He favored power over finesse, using his considerable physical strength and force abilities to simply smash through opposition. His lightsaber technique drew heavily from Form 5, particularly the Gemso variant that emphasized overpowering strikes and counterattacks. He would pressure opponents relentlessly, giving them no time to think or recover, battering at their defenses until they broke. This approach worked well against most opponents, but it lacked the adaptability and tactical flexibility that characterized Revan's style. In terms of force abilities, Malak possessed impressive raw power. His telekinesis could crush durasteel or hurl massive objects with little effort. His force lightning was devastating, capable of reducing opponents to charred corpses in seconds. He had learned techniques of force drain that allowed him to consume the life force of others to replenish his own strength. These abilities made him a formidable opponent by any standard, capable of challenging and defeating most Jedi Masters or Sith Lords in single combat. But raw power is not the same as mastery. and Malak's use of the Force was often more brute force than elegant application. The defining moment of Darth Malak's existence came during the Jedi Civil War. A Jedi strike team led by Bastila Shan managed to board Revan's flagship with the goal of capturing or killing the Dark Lord. Malak saw an opportunity. If Revan died, he would become the uncontested leader of the Sith Empire. All of Revan's accomplishments would become his, and he would no longer live in anyone's shadow. The decision to betray his master, his friend, the person who had been his closest companion for decades, took Malak mere seconds. He ordered his fleet to fire on Revan's ship, not caring that this would also kill the Jedi strike team or his own troops aboard the vessel. The betrayal succeeded after a fashion. Revan was nearly killed, his mind shattered. But Malak's victory was incomplete. He did not recover Revan's body, could not confirm his former master's death. More critically, he had just demonstrated to every subordinate in the Sith Empire that betrayal was not only acceptable, but could be rewarded with supreme power. If Malak could betray Revan, what would stop his own apprentices from betraying him? The foundation of the Empire, already built on the unstable ground of Sith ambition, became even more treacherous. As the new Dark Lord, Darth Malak immediately began making changes that reflected both his personality and his insecurities. Where Revan had sought to conquer the Republic intact, capturing infrastructure and winning hearts and minds when possible, Malak took a more straightforward approach. He simply destroyed anything that resisted. Worlds that refused to surrender were bombarded from orbit until nothing remained but rubble. Populations that might have been turned into productive citizens were instead annihilated as examples to others. This strategy of terror achieved short-term gains, but created lasting enmity that made ruling conquered territories nearly impossible. Malak's paranoia about potential betrayal led him to a dark innovation. He had learned techniques of force drain during his time as Revan's apprentice, the ability to consume another being's life force to enhance his own power. Malak took this to an extreme. He captured Jedi, the most powerful force sensitives he could find, and imprisoned them in stasis pods aboard the Star Forge. There, he could drain their life energy whenever he needed to replenish his strength, essentially using them as batteries to augment his already formidable power. This gave him a tremendous advantage in prolonged conflicts, as he could fight far longer than normal limits would allow. But this innovation revealed Malak's fundamental weakness as a Sith Lord. He relied on crutches, on external sources of power, rather than developing his own abilities to their full potential. Revan would never have needed such devices, because Revan's power came from wisdom and efficiency as much as raw strength. Malak's dependence on draining imprisoned Jedi demonstrated that for all his power, he lacked the confidence and skill to stand entirely on his own merits. He was powerful, yes, but he knew somewhere deep inside that he was not as powerful as Revan had been, and this knowledge ate at him. The Jedi Civil War under Malak's leadership became more destructive and less successful simultaneously. His terror tactics turned neutral systems against him. His willingness to destroy rather than capture made his eventual empire economically unsustainable. His paranoid purges of anyone he suspected of disloyalty weakened his own command structure. Where Revan had been feared but also respected for his strategic brilliance, Malak was simply feared and fear alone is never enough to build lasting power. When Revan returned, his memories restored and his purpose clear, the outcome was almost preordained. Malak tried everything. He surrounded himself with every advantage the Starforge could provide. He positioned the captured Jedi where he could drain them for power throughout the battle. He employed every dark side technique he had learned, every combat tactic he had developed. None of it mattered. Revan was simply better, not overwhelmingly more powerful in raw force strength, but superior in every other way. Better fighter, better tactician, better at reading his opponent and adapting to their moves. The duel between Revan and Malak was not just a physical confrontation, but a philosophical one. Malak fought with savage determination, fueled by years of resentment and the knowledge that losing meant death. He drew on the captured Jedi again and again, replenishing his strength far beyond normal limits. But Revan had anticipated this. He destroyed the stasis pods one by one, cutting off Malak's supply of stolen power, forcing his former friend to fight on his own merits. And when it came to their own merits, without external advantages, Revan was superior. In his final moments, as Revan's lightsaber found its mark, Darth Malak had a moment of clarity. He saw what he had become, what he had sacrificed in his pursuit of power. He acknowledged that he had never been Revan's equal, that his betrayal had not made him stronger, but had instead revealed his weakness. Whether this represented genuine remorse or simply the bitterness of defeat remains debatable. Malak died on the Starforge, and with his death, the Sith Empire he had built through terror and destruction crumbled almost immediately. Darth Malak's legacy is that of wasted potential, with a midi-chlorian count of 15,000 to 16,000 per cell and natural abilities that would have made him one of the greatest Jedi of his era. He should have accomplished remarkable things. Instead, he spent his life trying to equal someone he could never match, making decisions based on resentment and insecurity rather than wisdom or vision. He was powerful enough to cause tremendous harm, but not wise enough to build anything lasting. He conquered worlds only to destroy them. He commanded armies that feared but did not respect him. He betrayed his closest friend and gained nothing but a brief moment of supremacy before his inevitable fall. The tragedy of Darth Malak lies in recognizing what he could have been. If he had accepted his role as Revan's second, had worked with his friend rather than against him, together they might have achieved remarkable things for good or ill. If he had sought his own path rather than constantly measuring himself against Revan, he might have developed into a Sith Lord with his own unique philosophy and approach, but instead he remained forever in Revan's shadow, defined not by his own accomplishments, but by his failure to equal someone else. His story serves as a warning about the dangers of ambition without wisdom, power without control, and the corrosive effects of resentment. Many Sith lords were more powerful than Malak. Many were more intelligent. Many caused more destruction, but few so perfectly embodied the self-defeating nature of the dark side, the way it promises strength while actually feeding on weakness, the way it encourages betrayal that ultimately leaves the betrayer more vulnerable than before. Darth Malak wanted to escape Revan's shadow. In the end, he became nothing more than a footnote in Revan's story, remembered primarily for his failure. For a man who craved recognition and respect above all else, that might be the cruelest fate of all. Darth Nihilus, the Lord of Hunger. There are Sith lords who sought power. There are those who craved domination. There are those who desired revenge or to reshape the galaxy according to their vision. And then there is Darth Nihilus, who wanted something far simpler and far more terrible: to feed. Nihilus was not a Sith Lord in the traditional sense. He was a wound in the Force itself, a being of pure hunger given dark purpose, a living void that consumed everything it touched. To understand Nihilus is to understand that sometimes the most terrifying monsters are not those who choose evil, but those who have become evil itself, transformed so completely that humanity is just a fading memory. The being who would become Darth Nihilus began as a man, though his name and history before his transformation are lost to time. What is known is that he was present on Malachor V during the final battle of the Mandalorian Wars, when Revan activated the mass shadow generator. That superweapon did more than just destroy fleets and devastate a planet. It tore a hole in the Force, creating what came to be called a wound. The massive death, millions of lives extinguished in an instant, created a distortion in the fabric of reality itself. Most who were on the surface died immediately. A few survived, but they were changed in ways that defied understanding. This man, this survivor, found himself transformed by the mass shadow generator's activation. The weapon had not just killed those around him, but had somehow connected him to their deaths, to the sudden absence of their life force. He became a void, an emptiness that craved to be filled. The Force itself seemed to pour through him and disappear into nothingness, as if he had become a hole through which the energy of life drained away. And with this transformation came a hunger unlike anything known in galactic history, a need to consume the life force of other beings, to feed on the Force energy that sustained all living things. At first, the hunger was manageable, if barely. He fed on the few other survivors of Malachor V, drawing their life force into himself to sustain his own existence. Each feeding brought temporary relief, a moment where the gnawing emptiness inside him receded. But it always returned stronger than before, demanding more. He was becoming something no longer entirely alive in any traditional sense, a being sustained not by normal biological processes, but by the constant consumption of others' life energy. The man he had been was disappearing, replaced by a creature defined entirely by its hunger. It was Darth Traya who found him, wandering the ruins of Malachor V. Kreia, as she had been known when she was a Jedi, had her own complex relationship with the Force. She was searching for beings like this survivor, individuals who had been so profoundly changed by the Force that they represented something new and potentially useful to her long-term plans. When she sensed this wound in the Force, this being who consumed rather than used Force energy, she saw opportunity. She offered to teach him to master his hunger, to harness it as a weapon, rather than be controlled by it. The training took place at the Traya's Academy on Malachor V, a dark side stronghold where Kreia gathered those she intended to shape into tools for her vendetta against the Force itself. Alongside the wounded survivor, she trained another student, Darth Sion, who had been transformed by different trauma into a being held together by pain and hatred. Under Kreia's instruction, both students learned to embrace what they had become, to see their curses as gifts. The hungry one learned techniques to amplify his feeding, to extend his reach, to consume not just individuals, but entire populations. He took the name Darth Nihilus, and alongside Sion and their master, formed what would be called the Sith Triumvirate. Kreia took the title Lord of Betrayal, Sion became the Lord of Pain, and Nihilus, appropriately, was the Lord of Hunger. 3 Sith Lords, each representing a different aspect of suffering and darkness, ruling together over the remnants of Revan's fallen empire. But the Triumvirate was unstable from the beginning. Kreia had her own agenda, one that involved ultimately destroying the Force itself. She moved slowly, carefully, implementing plans that would take years to bear fruit. Sion and Nihilus grew impatient with her measured approach. They wanted to act, to destroy the Jedi who still survived, to impose their will on the galaxy immediately. The inevitable confrontation came within Treia's academy. Sion and Nihilus turned on their master, catching her between them. Sion's immortal fury and Nihilus's consuming hunger proved too much even for Kreia's formidable abilities. Sion struck her down in physical combat, while Nihilus drained her connection to the Force, severing her link to the cosmic energy field. They cast her out, broken and powerless, believing her dead. With their master defeated, the 2 former students became the new rulers of the Sith, beginning a campaign to hunt down and destroy every remaining Jedi in the galaxy. Darth Nihilus's role in this first Jedi purge was uniquely terrible. While Sion led assassins to hunt Jedi one by one, Nihilus took a different approach. He could sense concentrations of Force energy across vast distances, could feel where groups of Force sensitives gathered, and once he identified such a gathering, he would travel there and feed, not on individuals, but on entire populations at once. His power had grown to the point where he could drain the life force from an entire planet, consuming every living thing touched by the Force in a single catastrophic moment. The technique Nihilus used was an amplified, perverted version of the Sith ability called Force Drain, where a normal Force Drain might kill one person or weaken several. Nihilus's drain extended across planetary scales. He would reach out with the Force, connect to every living being within range, and simply pull. Their life energy would flow into him like water into a bottomless pit, filling him for a brief moment before the hunger returned. The beings he fed upon did not simply die. They were unmade, their connection to the Force severed permanently, their bodies left as empty husks. Nothing remained but silence and death. The planet Qatar learned the full horror of Darth Nihilus's power in 3,952 years before the Battle of Yavin. The Jedi had called a secret conclave on this Miraluka colony world, gathering many of the surviving masters to discuss how to combat the Sith threat. Nihilus sensed this concentration of Force energy like a feast laid out before a starving man. His ship, the Ravager, a massive vessel held together more by dark side power than by functional engineering, traveled to Qatar. Nihilus descended to the surface and began to feed. Every living thing on Qatar died, not just the Jedi, though they were his primary targets. Every Miraluka colonist, every plant, every animal, every microbe. The entire ecosystem was drained of life in minutes. When Nihilus finished, Qatar was a dead world, its surface barren and lifeless, its cities standing empty as monuments to the horror that had passed through. Only one being survived, Visas Mar, a young Miraluka woman who had been at the conclave. How she survived while everyone else died remained a mystery even to her. Perhaps some quirk of her connection to the Force protected her. Perhaps Nihilus spared her deliberately for his own purposes. Nihilus took Visa's Mar as his apprentice, binding her to him through their shared trauma and his overwhelming dark presence. She became his eyes, as his own perception of the physical world had faded as he transformed more completely into a being of pure hunger. Visas could see normally, and through their Force bond, Nihilus could see through her eyes, experience the world through her senses. It was a parasitic relationship, but one she initially accepted because the alternative, resisting the Lord of Hunger, seemed impossible. As Nihilus's power grew, he became less human and more concept. His physical body decayed, unable to contain the dark energies that filled him. He used the Force to bind his spirit into his armor and robes, creating a shell that held his consciousness together. The mask and armor became Darth Nihilus, the man inside having been consumed by his own hunger long ago. When beings looked at him, they did not see a person. They saw death given form, a walking void that spoke in words that caused pain to hear, that radiated hunger so intense it was physically oppressive. Nihilus's voice became another weapon in his arsenal. When he spoke, reality itself seemed to recoil from the sound. Force sensitives who heard him experienced agony as the words resonated with their connection to the Force, causing pain that went beyond the physical. Those who served aboard his ship, the Ravager, slowly lost their own life force merely from proximity to their master. They became hollow things, animated by Nihilus's will rather than their own. Slaves who could not leave because they no longer possessed the vitality necessary for independent existence. The Lord of Hunger's midi-chlorian count was a meaningless measurement. He had transcended normal parameters of Force sensitivity. He had become something beyond the normal interaction between midi-chlorians and consciousness. He was a wound, a tear in the Force, and trying to quantify his power through normal metrics was like trying to measure a black hole with a ruler. His strength came not from high midi-chlorian concentration, but from his nature as an absence, a void that consumed all Force energy around it. This nature made Nihilus nearly invincible against traditional Force users. Jedi who tried to attack him with the Force found their power simply disappeared into the void of his being, feeding him rather than harming him. Physical attacks were more effective, but Nihilus had learned to augment his decaying body with dark side power, giving him strength and speed beyond human limits. He wielded a red lightsaber in one-handed combat style that emphasized aggression, though his technique was crude compared to masters like Tulak Hord or Revan. But crude was often sufficient when combined with the psychological horror of facing a being whose very presence caused pain and whose hunger was palpable as a physical force. The first Jedi purge under Nihilus and Sion was devastatingly effective. Jedi masters who had survived the Jedi Civil War were hunted down and killed. Temples and enclaves were destroyed. Knowledge was lost as archives burned. For a time, it seemed possible that the Jedi Order would actually be destroyed, that this ancient organization might finally fall to Sith power. The few remaining Jedi went into hiding, breaking all connections to the Force in desperate attempts to avoid detection by Nihilus's hunger. But every predator eventually encounters prey it cannot consume. Metra Surik, known as the Jedi Exile, was like Nihilus in one critical way. She too was a wound in the Force, created by her presence at Malachor 5 and her decision to cut herself off from the Force afterward. When Visas Mar betrayed Nihilus and guided Surik to confront him aboard the Ravager, the Lord of Hunger attempted to feed as he had fed on so many others. He reached out with his power, prepared to drain Surik's life force and add it to his own. Nothing happened. Surik, being a wound herself, was immune to Nihilus's greatest weapon. He could not feed on her because there was nothing to feed on, no connection to the Force to drain. For the first time in years, Darth Nihilus faced an opponent he could not simply consume. He had to fight, rely on his physical prowess and lightsaber skills, compete on terms where he held no overwhelming advantage. Alongside Surik fought Visas Mar, the apprentice who had chosen to betray her master, and Canderous Ordo, the Mandalorian warrior known as Mandalore. Together, they overwhelmed the Lord of Hunger. When Darth Nihilus fell, his death was anticlimactic in some ways. There was no great explosion of dark energy, no final curse or threat. His body simply collapsed, the armor and robes that had held his spirit together failing at last. The man who had been powerful enough to destroy entire worlds, who had consumed uncountable billions of lives, was defeated by a handful of individuals because his greatest strength could not affect them. It was a fitting end in its way. The being defined by hunger, dying empty, unable to feed on the one opponent that mattered. But death did not end Nihilus's influence entirely. His mask survived, imbued with residual dark side power. Those who wore it reported feeling the hunger, an echo of Nihilus's curse passing to them. The mask became a dangerous Sith artifact, sought after by those who believed they could master its power and avoided by those wise enough to recognize it as a trap. The armor, too, retained power, holding fragments of the Lord of Hunger's consciousness, waiting for someone foolish enough to claim it. The legacy of Darth Nihilus is unique among Sith lords. He was not a conqueror building an empire. He was not a philosopher developing new understanding of the Force. He was not a warrior perfecting combat techniques or a sorcerer pushing the boundaries of Sith alchemy. He was hunger incarnate, a cautionary tale about what happens when power transforms someone so completely that they lose everything that made them human. He represents the dark side at its most literal, consumption that can never be satisfied, emptiness that grows with every feeding, transformation so complete that return is impossible. What made Nihilus truly terrifying was not his power, though that was immense. It was his inevitability. Once begun, his hunger could not be stopped, only temporarily sated. He was a natural disaster in humanoid form, a force of nature that destroyed not through choice, but through existing. One could not reason with Darth Nihilus any more than one could reason with a hurricane. He simply was, and where he passed only death remained. In a galaxy full of Sith lords who chose to be evil, Nihilus stood apart as a being who had become evil itself, so thoroughly transformed that concepts like choice or morality no longer applied. The wound in the Force that created him eventually healed, but the memory of what he had been lingered. Jedi Masters taught about Nihilus as an example of the dark side's most dangerous corruption, the kind that strips away identity until only appetite remains. Sith studied accounts of his power, seeking to replicate his ability to feed on planetary scales without understanding that such power came at the cost of everything else. And in the silent ruins of Qatar, In the empty cities where millions had lived and died in moments, the universe itself remembered that some hungers can never be satisfied and some transformations can never be undone. Darth Bane, architect of the Rule of Two. In the long chronicle of Sith history, few individuals changed the fundamental nature of the Order as profoundly as Darth Bane. He was not the most powerful Sith Lord. He was not the most skilled duelist or the most knowledgeable sorcerer, but he possessed something perhaps more valuable than any of these, the ability to see clearly, to recognize patterns that others missed, to understand that the Sith were destroying themselves through their own traditions. And having seen this truth, he had the will to burn down everything the Sith had built for 1,000 years and create something new from the ashes. Darth Bane was born as Dessel on the mining world of Apatros, a harsh planet where life was cheap and survival meant accepting brutal working conditions in corporate-owned mines. His childhood was marked by poverty and abuse, particularly from his father, a cruel man whose violence left lasting scars. Young Dessel discovered his force sensitivity during a confrontation when his rage manifested as a pulse of dark energy that killed his father. Rather than grief, he felt relief and a dawning awareness that he possessed power others did not. This awakening came at a fortuitous time. The galaxy was engulfed in the new Sith Wars, a series of conflicts that had raged for centuries between the Republic and a Sith order known as the Brotherhood of Darkness. Unlike earlier Sith empires ruled by a single Dark Lord, the Brotherhood had abandoned the traditional hierarchy. They claimed all their members were equal, all lords of the Sith, with the same rank and authority. This was meant to prevent the infighting that had weakened previous Sith organizations. In practice, it created different problems: endless political maneuvering, lack of clear leadership, and mediocrity rewarded as much as excellence. When the Brotherhood recruited on Apatros, Dessel joined eagerly. He traveled to Korriban, to the academy, where the Sith trained their students. There, he took the name Bane and began his education in the dark side. From the beginning, Bane was different from his fellow students. He possessed a fierce intelligence combined with absolute determination. His midichlorian count was estimated at approximately 14,000 to 15,000 per cell, high but not exceptional by Sith standards. What made him dangerous was not raw power, but how efficiently he used every advantage. Bane studied obsessively, pushing himself beyond the limits other students accepted. He spent hours in the archives, reading ancient texts that most Sith considered irrelevant. He trained his body as rigorously as his force abilities, understanding that true power required both mental and physical discipline. And most importantly, he thought. He analyzed the Brotherhood's structure, studied the history of past Sith failures, and recognized patterns that others missed. What Bane realized changed everything. The Sith always failed for the same reason: internal conflict. They were powerful individually, but unstable collectively. Ambition drove them to betray one another. Multiple Sith Lords competing for supremacy meant constant civil war that weakened the Order far more than any Jedi attack. The Brotherhood of Darkness's solution, making everyone equal, had not fixed this problem, but had actually made it worse by removing the clear hierarchy that at least provided some structure. During his time at the Academy, Bane encountered the teachings of ancient Sith lords through holocrons and texts. He was particularly influenced by Darth Revan's holocron, which he discovered on Rakata Prime. Revan's wisdom, preserved across millennia, spoke to Bane directly. The ancient Dark Lord had understood what Bane was beginning to see, that power diluted when shared among too many, that the Sith needed not more lords, but better ones. From Revan's teachings and his own observations, Bane began formulating a radical new philosophy. The Brotherhood of Darkness, meanwhile, was losing its war against the Republic. Lord Khan, the Brotherhood's nominal leader, grew increasingly desperate as Jedi forces pushed deeper into Sith territory. Bane, seeing the Brotherhood's inevitable defeat, made a decision that would define Sith history for the next 1,000 years. He shared knowledge of an ancient Sith weapon called a thought bomb with Khan. This device, when activated, would destroy all Force-sensitive beings within its range, obliterating their spirits completely. Bane convinced Khan that deploying such a weapon would eliminate the Jedi once and for all, ensuring Sith victory. What Bane did not tell Khan was the thought bomb's true nature. It would kill all Force sensitives in range, Jedi and Sith alike. When Khan activated the weapon on Ruusan, desperate to turn the tide of battle, it created a wave of death that consumed thousands. The Brotherhood of Darkness died in an instant, along with many Jedi. The new Sith Wars effectively ended with that detonation, but Bane did not care. He had ensured his own safety by remaining far from Ruusan, and the destruction of the Brotherhood was not tragedy, but opportunity. In the aftermath of Ruusan, Darth Bane stood as the only surviving Sith Lord. The Order had been reduced to one. Most would have seen this as catastrophe, the near extinction of their philosophy and way of life. Bane saw a blank canvas on which to paint something new. He formulated what would become known as the Rule of Two. Two there should be, no more, no less. One to embody power, the other to crave it. The genius of the Rule of Two lay in its simplicity and its built-in correction mechanisms. With only two Sith at any time, there could be no civil wars splitting the Order's strength. The Master would train the apprentice, passing on all knowledge and techniques without fear that the apprentice might share them with rivals. The apprentice would eventually grow strong enough to challenge and kill the Master, ensuring that each generation of Sith was stronger than the last. And when the apprentice became master, they would take their own apprentice, continuing the cycle indefinitely. This was not just organizational structure, but evolutionary pressure applied to the Sith themselves. Weak masters would be killed by strong apprentices. Weak apprentices would be killed by their masters or die attempting to challenge them. The only way to survive was to be truly exceptional. Over generations, this selection pressure would create Sith Lords of unprecedented power and skill. And because they operated in secret, hiding from the Jedi while working to undermine the Republic from within, they would be safe from the Republic military actions that had destroyed previous Sith empires. But implementing the Rule of Two required finding the right apprentice. Bane searched carefully, knowing that his choice would shape the Sith for generations. He found her on Ruusan, a young girl named Xana who had survived the thought bomb's detonation. She possessed strong Force potential and, more importantly, the psychological profile Bane sought. She had experienced tragedy and trauma that made her vulnerable to dark side corruption. She possessed intelligence and cunning, rather than just brute strength. She could be molded into the ideal Sith apprentice. Bane's training of Xana was harsh and uncompromising. He taught her not just force techniques, but philosophy, strategy, and the long view necessary for the rule of two to succeed. He explained that their war against the Jedi would not be won in their lifetimes or even their apprentices' lifetimes, but through patient work over generations. Each generation of Sith would chip away at the Republic's foundations while growing stronger themselves until finally, centuries hence, a Sith Lord would rise who was powerful enough to destroy the Jedi and claim the galaxy. Darth Bane's own power grew tremendously through his studies of ancient Sith techniques. He learned to create holocrons to preserve knowledge. He mastered Force lightning to a degree few of his era could match. His telekinetic abilities allowed him to manipulate massive objects or crush opponents with invisible pressure. But his most distinctive power came from an encounter with parasites called orbalisks on the Sith world of Dixun. These creatures attached themselves to Bane's body, covering his torso, back, and arms in a living armor. The orbalisks fed on dark side energy, and in return, they provided incredible physical protection and amplified Bane's force powers. Lightsabers could not penetrate the creature's shells. Blaster bolts were absorbed harmlessly. The orbalisks made Bane nearly invulnerable in combat while enhancing his strength and endurance beyond human limits. This armor became his signature, making him instantly recognizable and adding to his intimidating presence. However, the orbalisks came with a cost. They fed on dark side energy constantly, meaning Bane had to maintain a connection to his rage and hatred at all times. They also slowly spread across his body, threatening to eventually cover his entire form, including his head, which would likely kill him. The armor was both gift and curse. Tremendous power balanced against eventual doom if he could not remove them. This became a driving factor in Bane's search for knowledge about Sith techniques, particularly those related to essence transfer, that might allow him to escape his deteriorating body. As Bane aged, he faced the ultimate test of the rule of two. His apprentice grew strong enough to challenge him. Xana, now Darth Xana, had learned well. She specialized in Sith sorcery, particularly illusion and mental manipulation, skills that complemented Bane's more direct approach. Their inevitable duel would determine whether the rule of two could actually work as Bane envisioned. Would the apprentice surpass the master, or would the master's experience and power prove decisive? The confrontation came when Bane was at his weakest, his body racked with pain from the orbalisks and injuries from previous battles. Xana, seeing opportunity, challenged him directly. Their duel was not just physical, but a test of philosophies. Bane had taught Xana that the apprentice must surpass the master, but now faced with his own mortality, he sought an alternative. He attempted to use essence transfer, a technique that would allow him to possess Xana's body, continuing his own life at the cost of her consciousness. What happened in the final moments of that duel remains subject to interpretation. Bane's body was destroyed, reduced to ash as a side effect of the essence transfer attempt. Xana survived and proclaimed herself the new Dark Lord of the Sith, claiming Bane's attempt had failed. But some who observed the duel wondered if Bane had succeeded, if the being proclaiming herself Xana was actually Bane wearing Xana's form. The truth died with them, but the rule of two continued regardless. Whether it was Xana or Bane in Xana's body, the new Dark Lord took an apprentice and continued the work Bane had begun. Generation after generation, the rule of two proved its worth. Each master passed knowledge to their apprentice, who eventually killed him and became master in turn. The Sith grew stronger while remaining hidden, a secret cancer growing within the Republic's body. The Jedi, believing the Sith destroyed after Ruusan, grew complacent, unprepared for the threat that would eventually emerge from the shadows. Darth Bane's influence on galactic history cannot be overstated. The rule of two survived for 1,000 years, creating a lineage of Sith Lords that culminated in Emperor Palpatine's successful conquest of the galaxy. Every Sith who came after Bane, every dark side victory, every step toward the Jedi's destruction traced back to his vision. He had seen what others missed, that sometimes less is more, that quality matters more than quantity, that patience over centuries can achieve what immediate force cannot. His philosophy also demonstrated a sophisticated understanding of power that many Sith lacked. Power was not just strength or force abilities. It was knowledge accumulated and refined over generations. It was patience to wait for the right moment. It was discipline to resist the urge for immediate gratification in favor of long-term success. Bane understood that the Sith's greatest enemy was not the Jedi, but themselves, their own nature driving them to destroy each other. By creating a structure that channeled that destructive tendency into productive evolution, he transformed the Sith's greatest weakness into a strength. Darth Bane's legacy includes not just the rule of two, but a philosophical approach that influenced all subsequent Sith thinking. He taught that true power required discipline, that destruction without purpose was waste, that every action should advance long-term goals. His holocron, passed down through the Sith lineage, preserved his teachings for future generations. Even 1,000 years after his death, Darth Sidious would reference Bane's wisdom, building his empire on foundations Bane had laid centuries earlier. The rule of two also created a different kind of Sith Lord than previous eras had produced. Where the ancient Sith empires had warriors and sorcerers, Bane's lineage produced politicians, manipulators, beings who understood that conquest came not just through military might, but through infiltration and corruption. They learned to hide in plain sight, to use the Republic's own systems against it, to strike from angles the Jedi never anticipated. This evolution from warrior to shadow operator represented Bane's ultimate contribution, teaching the Sith that the darkest darkness is not seen until it is too late to fight. In the long history of Sith Lords, Darth Bane stands as the dividing line between the old ways and new. He was the architect who looked at 1,000 years of failure and designed a system that would succeed. He was the teacher whose students eventually conquered the galaxy. He was the visionary who understood that sometimes the path to victory requires patience measured in centuries rather than years. And he was the survivor who ensured that when all other Sith had fallen, the dark side would endure, hidden but growing, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. That moment would come, though Bane would not live to see it. But in a very real sense, it would be his victory, the culmination of the grand plan he had set in motion on the ashes of Ruusan, Darth Plagueis. The wise among the Sith Lords who followed Darth Bane's rule of two One stands apart for the sheer audacity of his ambitions. While other Sith sought to conquer the galaxy or destroy the Jedi, Darth Plagueis sought something far more fundamental. He wanted to conquer death itself. This Moon Dark Lord devoted his life to understanding the deepest mysteries of the Force, to pushing beyond boundaries that even other Sith considered inviolate. And in his obsessive pursuit of immortality, he may have come closer to achieving it than anyone before or since. Darth Plagueis was born Hago Damask Dragonst on the moon homeworld of Moonalinst. The moons were a species known for their financial acumen and logical minds, qualities that served Damask well throughout his life. His Force sensitivity was identified early, and he was eventually recruited by his predecessor in the Sith lineage, Darth Tenebrous. The relationship between Plagueis and Tenebrous was complex. Tenebrous was a Bith scientist who approached the Force with analytical precision, seeking to understand and quantify its mechanics. He chose Plagueis as his apprentice, specifically because the young Muun shared this scientific mindset and displayed an intellectual curiosity that could advance Sith knowledge. Plagueis's midichlorian count was estimated at approximately 15,000 to 16,000 per cell, placing him well above average, but not among the highest recorded. However, raw power was never the point for Plagueis. He understood that midichlorians were not just indicators of Force potential, but the actual mechanism through which the Force operated. If one could understand and manipulate these microscopic organisms, one could theoretically control the Force itself at a fundamental level. This insight would drive his research for decades. The public face of Hago Damask II was that of a successful financier and influential figure in the intergalactic banking clan. He moved in the highest circles of Republic society, respected and feared for his financial acumen and political connections. No one suspected that this urbane businessman was actually a Sith Lord, one of the galaxy's most dangerous dark side users. This dual identity allowed Plagueis to work toward Sith goals while maintaining complete secrecy, exactly as Bane's Rule of Two intended. As a Sith, Plagueis had little interest in lightsaber combat or traditional displays of Force power. He viewed such things as crude and inefficient, tools for those who lack the sophistication to achieve their goals through more subtle means. His lightsaber existed, and he could use it competently when necessary, but he much preferred to use the Force directly, or better yet, to manipulate others into doing his work for him. His true weapons were knowledge, patience, and the ability to see patterns and possibilities that others missed. Plagueis' obsession with immortality began early in his studies. Death was, from his perspective, an inefficiency in biological design. If midichlorians could sustain life, why could they not sustain it indefinitely? If the Force could heal injuries, why could it not prevent aging? These questions led him down research paths that consumed decades of his life. He studied ancient Sith techniques for preserving consciousness beyond death, but these were stopgap measures, ways to linger as a spirit rather than truly living. Plagueis wanted more. He wanted to remain alive in his own body, to continue experiencing and learning without the interruption of death. His research led him to experiments that would horrify even most Sith. Plagueis created a laboratory where he tested theories about midichlorian manipulation on living subjects. He would alter the midichlorians in their cells, observe the results, then kill and resurrect his subjects to study how death and life related to Force energy. One unfortunate victim, a rival Sith named Darth Venomous, who had attempted to kill Plagueis, was kept in near-death stasis for years, repeatedly killed and revived as Plagueis refined his techniques. Through these terrible experiments, Plagueis made breakthroughs no Sith before him had achieved. He learned to influence midichlorians with the Force, to command them to perform specific functions. He could accelerate healing, repair tissue damage, even regenerate organs. He could make midichlorians reproduce within cells, increasing Force sensitivity. Most remarkably, he discovered he could coax midichlorians to create life where none existed before, to trigger cellular division and growth in ways that produced new living beings. This ability to create life represented the culmination of Plagueis' research. He could cause creatures to reproduce asexually, creating offspring through Force manipulation alone. His experiments produced multiple successful pregnancies in test subjects who had never mated. This power over life itself positioned Plagueis as perhaps the most accomplished Sith alchemist since the ancient Dark Lords of the First Sith Empire. But even this achievement was merely a step toward his ultimate goal, true immortality. The secret to eternal life, Plagueis believed, lay not in adding more midichlorians to cells, but in commanding the midichlorians already present to sustain their host indefinitely. Through years of practice, he developed the ability to impose his will on midichlorians at a cellular level. He could command them to draw on Force energy to halt tissue decay, to prevent the breakdown that caused aging, to maintain the body in a state of perpetual prime. This was not easy. It required constant focus and tremendous Force discipline. But Plagueis had both, and he used this technique on himself, extending his lifespan far beyond what was natural for a moon. However, Plagueis' most significant contribution to galactic history may have been accidental. In his experiments, manipulating midichlorians and attempting to create life, he and his apprentice, Sheev Palpatine, pushed too far. They performed a ritual designed to tip the balance of the Force toward the dark side, to assert Sith dominance over the cosmic energy field itself. The Force responded, but not as they intended. Instead of submitting to dark side control, the Force struck back, and in that cosmic retaliation, the midichlorians created a child, Anakin Skywalker, the Chosen One, conceived by the Force itself to restore balance that Plagueis had disrupted. Whether Plagueis ever understood his role in Skywalker's creation remains debatable. Some sources suggest he glimpsed this truth before his death. Others indicate he remained ignorant of the chain of events he had set in motion. Either way, the irony is profound. In seeking to control life and death, Plagueis inadvertently caused the birth of the being who would ultimately destroy the Sith and restore balance to the Force. His greatest achievement contained the seeds of his order's destruction. Plagueis' relationship with his apprentice, Sheev Palpatine of Naboo, was unlike typical Sith master-apprentice dynamics. Plagueis had no intention of being killed by his student. He planned for both of them to achieve immortality and rule the galaxy together forever, partners rather than competitors. This required teaching Palpatine everything, holding nothing back as previous masters had. Palpatine learned Sith sorcery, Force lightning, manipulation of midichlorians, political strategy, and every other technique in Plagueis' considerable repertoire. What Plagueis did not teach adequately was paranoia. For all his intelligence, the Sith Lord had a blind spot regarding his apprentice. He trusted Palpatine more than any Sith should trust anyone. This trust proved fatal. Palpatine, having learned everything Plagueis could teach, saw no reason to share power. The night after successfully manipulating events to position Palpatine as Supreme Chancellor of the Republic, the two Sith celebrated their victory. Plagueis drank too much, allowed himself to relax, to believe they had won and could afford to let down their guard. While Plagueis slept, Palpatine struck. Using Force lightning, he attacked his master, stopping Plagueis' hearts and causing his lungs to fail. The dying Sith Lord tried desperately to use the midi-chlorian techniques he had spent decades perfecting, tried to command his body to heal, to survive this betrayal. But Palpatine was relentless. He prevented any recovery, maintained his attack until Plagueis' body could no longer sustain life. The being who had sought to conquer death died in his sleep, killed by his own apprentice in the most traditional Sith succession. The irony of Plagueis' death was not lost on Palpatine. He had taught his apprentice the power to prevent death, but in that final moment could not save himself. This story, which Palpatine would later tell Anakin Skywalker to seduce him to the dark side, contained a lesson. Power over life and death existed, but it could not protect you from betrayal. The tragedy of Darth Plagueis the Wise was that all his wisdom and power meant nothing when his apprentice decided his usefulness had ended. Darth Plagueis' legacy extended far beyond his death. His research into midi-chlorian manipulation influenced Palpatine's own experiments with cloning and essence transfer. The techniques Plagueis developed allowed Palpatine to eventually cheat death by transferring his spirit into clone bodies, achieving a form of immortality his master had sought. The knowledge preserved in Plagueis' holocrons and records became invaluable resources for dark side research conducted by the Empire. More broadly, Plagueis represented a type of Sith rarely seen. The scientist-philosopher who approached the Force as a phenomenon to be understood and controlled rather than simply used. Where most Sith developed combat abilities and traditional Force powers, Plagueis pushed into territories of knowledge that verged on reshaping reality itself. He asked questions others feared to pose. What is life? What is death? Can these fundamental states be altered or controlled? And through his experiments, he proved that the answers were not as fixed as most believed. His estimated midi-chlorian count of 15,000 to 16,000 per cell gave him the raw power necessary for his work, but it was his intellect and dedication that made him exceptional. A being with twice his midi-chlorian count but half his discipline would have accomplished nothing compared to what Plagueis achieved. This demonstrated an important truth about Force power. Potential means little without the wisdom to apply it effectively. The story of Darth Plagueis also illustrates the fundamental flaw in the rule of two. By teaching an apprentice everything, a master sets up their own destruction. Plagueis tried to circumvent this by planning for both master and apprentice to live forever. But this violated the core principle of Sith philosophy. That power must be taken, not given. Palpatine's betrayal was not a corruption of the rule of two, but its fulfillment. Plagueis had succeeded in his true purpose, creating a Sith Lord strong and knowledgeable enough to potentially conquer the galaxy, even though that success cost him his life. In the final analysis, Darth Plagueis the Wise earned his title. He was wise enough to make breakthroughs that had eluded Sith for millennia, wise enough to train an apprentice who would become the most successful Sith in history, wise enough to push the boundaries of what was possible with the Force, but not wise enough to see his own death coming. And perhaps that is the ultimate lesson of his story, that all the wisdom and power in the galaxy cannot protect you from the nature of the dark side itself, which consumes everything it touches, even especially those who believe themselves its master. Darth Sidious, the ultimate Sith. If Darth Bane was the architect of the Sith's long game, Darth Sidious was the player who finally won it. Everything the Sith had planned for 1,000 years, every scheme and manipulation, every generation of hidden lords passing down knowledge and building toward a goal they would never see achieved, all of it culminated in the figure of Emperor Palpatine. He was the payoff on a millennium-long investment, and he delivered returns beyond what even Bane might have dreamed possible. Sidious did not just defeat the Jedi, he destroyed them. He did not just damage the Republic, he transformed it into his empire. And he did all of this while the galaxy cheered, believing he was their savior. Sheev Palpatine was born on Naboo to a wealthy and politically connected family. His Force sensitivity manifested early, and through means lost to history, he came to the attention of Darth Plagueis. The young Palpatine possessed several qualities that made him an ideal Sith apprentice: keen intelligence, natural charisma, absolute lack of empathy, and ambition that knew no bounds. His midichlorian count was estimated at approximately 18,000 to 20,000 per cell, placing him among the most naturally powerful Force sensitives in galactic history. Combined with the training he would receive from Plagueis, this natural potential would be honed into abilities that made him arguably the most powerful Sith Lord who ever lived. Palpatine's public persona was carefully crafted to be the opposite of what he truly was. He presented himself as a humble public servant, a politician who reluctantly accepted greater responsibility because the Republic needed him. His voice was soft and reassuring. His manner was grandfatherly and kind. He spoke of peace and justice and protecting the innocent. No one suspected that behind this benign facade lurked a predator of extraordinary cunning, a being who viewed all other sentient life as either tools to be used or obstacles to be removed. As Senator Palpatine of Naboo, he began implementing plans that had been generations in development. The Sith goal was not simply to defeat the Republic through military force. Previous Sith empires had tried that approach and failed. Instead, the Sith would turn the Republic's own systems against it, would manipulate democracy itself into voluntarily embracing dictatorship. This required patience, planning, and a level of strategic thinking that transcended normal human timeframes. Fortunately for the Sith cause, Palpatine excelled at all three. The Clone Wars were Palpatine's masterwork of manipulation. He engineered a crisis that would allow him to accumulate emergency powers while positioning himself as the only leader capable of guiding the Republic through troubled times. He did this by controlling both sides of the conflict. As Supreme Chancellor Palpatine, he led the Republic's war effort. As Darth Sidious, he directed the Separatist movement through proxies. This allowed him to dictate the pace and direction of the war, to create crises at opportune moments, to ensure that battles were won or lost according to his needs rather than military reality. Throughout this period, Palpatine demonstrated Force abilities that exceeded most Sith Lords of any era. His Force lightning was devastating, capable of reducing opponents to ash or torturing them with exquisite precision. His telekinetic powers could hurl massive objects or crush enemies with invisible pressure. He mastered battle meditation, the rare ability to influence large-scale conflict through the Force. His skill with lightsaber combat was exceptional despite his advancing age. When Jedi Masters finally confronted him, he killed 3 of 4 opponents in seconds and fought Mace Windu to a standstill. But Palpatine's true genius lay not in raw power, but in manipulation and deception. He was a master of illusion, able to hide his Force presence so completely that Jedi sat in the same room with him and sensed nothing wrong. He could manipulate minds on a massive scale, as when he dominated the Galactic Senate, forcing them to watch and do nothing while he executed his enemies. His understanding of psychology allowed him to identify exactly what buttons to push to get desired responses from anyone he encountered. His corruption of Anakin Skywalker demonstrated this manipulative skill at its peak. Palpatine identified Skywalker's fear of loss, his attachment to Padme Amidala, his pride, and his resentment of Jedi restrictions. Over years, Palpatine posed as a mentor and friend, while systematically undermining Anakin's trust in the Jedi Council. He presented himself as someone who understood Anakin's struggles, who believed in his potential when the Council held him back. And when Anakin had visions of Padme dying in childbirth, Palpatine offered exactly what the desperate young Jedi needed: hope that the dark side could prevent this tragedy. The legend of Darth Plagueis the Wise, which Palpatine told Anakin, was masterful manipulation. The story was true, drawn from Palpatine's own experience with his master, but Palpatine framed it perfectly, presenting the ability to prevent death as something the Jedi would never teach, as forbidden knowledge that only the Sith possessed. He made Anakin see the Jedi as obstacles standing between him and saving the person he loved most. And when Anakin finally turned to the dark side, it felt like his only choice, the only path to protect Padme. That she died anyway, killed partly by Anakin's own actions, was an irony Palpatine appreciated even if Anakin could not. Order 66, the command that activated the clone troopers' inhibitor chips and made them execute the Jedi they had fought beside for years, was the culmination of Sith planning that stretched back centuries. In a single moment, the Jedi Order was destroyed. Masters who had survived countless battles died because the soldiers they trusted turned on them without warning. Temples were sacked, archives were destroyed, younglings were slaughtered. In one day, Palpatine accomplished what generations of Sith Lords had died trying to achieve. He eliminated the Jedi as a meaningful force in galactic affairs. With the Jedi gone and the Clone Wars providing justification, Palpatine transformed the Republic into his galactic empire. He did this through legal means, with Senate approval and public support. He made tyranny look like security, made dictatorship look like strength. And when he finally revealed his true face, declaring himself emperor and establishing the new order, the galaxy did not rise in rebellion. They accepted it, most of them, because Palpatine had spent years conditioning them to see this outcome as necessary and even desirable. As emperor, Palpatine ruled with an iron fist concealed in a velvet glove. He maintained the appearance of legitimate government while systematically dismantling any institution that might challenge his authority. He constructed superweapons like the Death Star, tools of terror designed to keep systems in line through fear. He purged anyone who might threaten his position, from political rivals to imperial officers who showed too much independence. And through it all, he continued the Sith tradition of taking apprentices, though he never intended to honor the rule of two's principle that the apprentice should eventually surpass the master. Darth Vader was Palpatine's most famous apprentice, but their relationship differed from traditional Sith master-apprentice dynamics. Palpatine deliberately kept Vader weakened, both physically through his life support suit and psychologically through constant reminders of his failures. Vader was immensely powerful, potentially the strongest Force user in the galaxy, but Palpatine ensured that power served the Empire rather than threatening the Emperor. This represented a corruption of the rule of two. Palpatine wanted an enforcer, not a successor. Palpatine's power continued to grow throughout his reign. He discovered techniques for extending life, though never achieving the complete immortality Plagueis had sought. He delved into Sith sorcery that previous lords had only glimpsed. He experimented with cloning and essence transfer, preparing backup plans in case his body was destroyed. His midichlorian count, estimated at 18,000 to 20,000 per cell, represented exceptional natural potential, but he had spent decades refining that potential into abilities that few could match. When Luke Skywalker finally confronted Palpatine aboard the second Death Star, the Emperor demonstrated power that shocked even those familiar with Force abilities. His Force lightning, unleashed without restraint, was powerful enough to kill Luke despite the young Jedi's considerable abilities. Only Vader's intervention, his choice to save his son at the cost of his own life, finally defeated the Emperor, and even then, as Palpatine fell to his death down the Death Star's reactor shaft, he was laughing. He had lost this battle, yes, but he had contingency plans. Death was not the end. Those contingency plans proved effective. Through Sith alchemy and the knowledge he had gained from Plagueis, Palpatine had created clone bodies in a secret facility on Exegol. When his body died aboard the Death Star, his spirit transferred to one of these clones, allowing him to survive. This represented the closest anyone had come to the true immortality Plagueis sought, though the clone bodies were imperfect, degrading rapidly and requiring frequent replacement. Palpatine's return, decades after his presumed death, demonstrated that even defeat could not stop the most successful Sith Lord in history. He had built a fleet in secret, the Final Order, preparing for the day when he would reclaim his empire. His understanding of the dark side had grown even deeper during his time on Exegol. He had discovered techniques for creating Force storms, spatial distortions that could destroy entire fleets. He could drain life energy from Force dyads, drawing on their connection to rejuvenate his failing clone body. His power had, if anything, increased despite his physical death and resurrection. The conflict that finally ended Palpatine came not from overwhelming force, but from the same thing that had always threatened the Sith: attachment and the potential for redemption. Rey, his granddaughter, rejected the dark side and called upon the spirits of past Jedi to empower her. Palpatine, believing himself invincible, attempted to kill her with Force lightning. But that lightning was reflected back upon him by crossed lightsabers, amplified by the power of the past Jedi, channeled through Rey. This time, when Palpatine's body was destroyed, there was no escape, no clone to transfer into. The most powerful Sith Lord in galactic history was finally, truly dead. Darth Sidious's legacy is unparalleled among Sith Lords. He achieved what thousands of years of Sith planning had worked toward: the destruction of the Jedi Order and the conquest of the galaxy. He ruled the known galaxy as absolute monarch for decades. He created an empire that, while eventually defeated, fundamentally changed galactic civilization. And even in death, his influence lingered, his knowledge preserved in holocrons, his techniques studied by those seeking dark power. What made Palpatine exceptional was not any single ability, but the combination of everything. He possessed tremendous force power, yes, but he also had strategic genius that let him outthink opponents. He was a skilled combatant, but preferred to manipulate others into fighting for him. He could destroy with lightning or topple governments with carefully spoken words. He was patient enough to wait decades for plans to mature, but could act with decisive speed when opportunity presented itself. He was everything the Rule of Two had been designed to create: a Sith Lord who represented the absolute apex of dark side power and knowledge. If Darth Bane was the architect of Sith victory, Sidious was the building that architecture produced. Every Sith Lord in the lineage from Bane to Palpatine had contributed something: knowledge, technique, strategic insight. Plagueis had taught him secrets of life and death. His studies of ancient Sith Lords had given him understanding of powers lost for millennia, and his own genius had synthesized all of this into a form that could finally achieve the Sith's ancient dream. For a being whose philosophy centered on strength and domination, on the idea that the galaxy belonged to those powerful enough to take it, Sidious stood as the ultimate vindication. He took it, all of it, and for decades it was his. The only question that remains is whether Palpatine represented the peak of what the Sith could achieve, or a final proof of their fundamental flaw. He conquered the galaxy but could not hold it. He destroyed the Jedi, but they returned. He achieved near immortality, but was ultimately killed. His empire fell, his clones failed, and in the end, hope proved stronger than fear, love stronger than hate, and light stronger than darkness. Whether this makes him the most successful Sith, or simply the last one to fail on a galactic scale, is a question each observer must answer for themselves. Darth Vader, the Chosen One's fall. The story of Anakin Skywalker, the Chosen One who became Darth Vader, is perhaps the most tragic in galactic history. Here was a being of unlimited potential, born of the Force itself, prophesied to bring balance and destroy the Sith. And through a combination of manipulation, fear, love, and pride, that prophecy was twisted until the Chosen One stood not against the Sith, but beside them, serving as the armored fist of the dark side's greatest triumph. Vader's tale is not just about the fall of a hero. It is about how even the best intentions can lead to the worst outcomes, how fear destroys what it seeks to protect, and ultimately, how redemption remains possible even for those who have sunk deepest into darkness. Anakin Skywalker was born on Tatooine approximately 41 years before the Battle of Yavin. His mother, Shmi Skywalker, claimed he had no father, that she had simply found herself pregnant despite never having been with a man. When Qui-Gon Jinn encountered the young slave boy, he took a midi-chlorian reading that shocked him. Over 20,000 per cell, higher than any Jedi on record, higher even than Grand Master Yoda. The implications were staggering. This child was not just Force-sensitive. He was a virgins in the Force, a being whose very existence defied normal parameters. Qui-Gon believed Anakin was the chosen one from ancient Jedi prophecy, destined to bring balance to the Force. The Jedi Council was more skeptical, sensing something dangerous in the boy's extraordinary power and his deep attachments. But after Qui-Gon's death, his former Padawan Obi-Wan Kenobi took Anakin as his student, determined to honor his master's wishes. From the beginning, Anakin was exceptional. He learned at a pace that astonished his teachers. His reflexes were superhuman, his piloting skills unmatched, his lightsaber technique advancing in years what took others decades. By his early 20s, he was already one of the Order's most formidable warriors, but exceptional ability came with exceptional challenges. Anakin struggled with the Jedi Code's restrictions on attachment. He loved his mother deeply, and his inability to help her while he trained at the temple gnawed at him. When he finally returned to Tatooine as a young man and found her dying, tortured by Tusken Raiders, something inside him broke. He slaughtered the entire Tusken camp, enraged men, women, children, all of them, in what was his first step toward the dark side. The massacre horrified him afterward, but the fact that he was capable of such violence had been revealed. His relationship with Padme Amidala further complicated his path. Anakin loved her completely, obsessively, in a way that violated Jedi teaching about attachment. When they married in secret, he committed himself to a double life: Jedi Knight in public, devoted husband in private. This deception required constant vigilance and created stress that slowly eroded his connection to Jedi principles. The fear that he might lose Padme, that death might take from him the one person he loved most, became an obsession that Palpatine would exploit with devastating effectiveness. The Clone Wars transformed Anakin from promising Jedi into galactic hero. His tactical genius, combined with his Force abilities and combat skills, made him one of the Republic's most effective generals. But war also darkened him. He made morally compromising choices, accepted pragmatic violence, grew accustomed to killing as a solution to problems. The Jedi Council's increasing distrust of Chancellor Palpatine and their decision to deny Anakin the rank of Master despite his accomplishments fed resentment that Palpatine carefully nurtured. When Anakin had visions of Padme dying in childbirth, his desperation made him vulnerable to Palpatine's final manipulation. The Chancellor revealed himself as Darth Sidious, offered the power to prevent death through the dark side, and positioned the Jedi as obstacles preventing Anakin from saving his wife. In a moment that changed galactic history, Anakin chose the dark side. He helped Palpatine kill Mace Windu. He accepted the name Darth Vader. And he led the assault on the Jedi Temple that killed everyone inside, including the children who had trusted him. The transformation into Vader was not instantaneous. Even as he committed atrocities, part of Anakin, it still believed he could control the dark side, use it as a tool to achieve good ends. But the dark side does not work that way. Each action taken in its service makes the next atrocity easier, the corruption deeper, By the time Anakin confronted his former master Obi-Wan on Mustafar, he was already lost. Their duel was both epic and heartbreaking. Former master facing former student, both knowing that one would likely kill the other. Obi-Wan's victory left Anakin dismembered and burning alive, his flesh charred by lava. Palpatine arrived in time to save his apprentice's life, but Anakin's body was so damaged that cybernetic reconstruction was necessary. The black armor and life support suit that became Vader's signature were not just practical necessities. They were Palpatine's way of ensuring his apprentice remained dependent, weakened, unable to threaten the master's position. The suit limited Vader's mobility, made certain force techniques impossible, and served as a constant reminder of his failures. The psychological trauma of waking up in that armor, learning that Padme had died, believing he had killed her in his rage, completed Vader's transformation. Anakin Skywalker, the Chosen One, the hero of the Clone Wars, the man who had fought to save those he loved, was gone. What remained was Darth Vader, servant of the Emperor, enforcer of the dark side, a being of rage and pain and loss contained within black armor. His midichlorian count remained extraordinarily high. Estimates suggested he retained approximately 22,000 per cell even after his injuries. But the suit and his psychological damage prevented him from accessing his full potential. He was immensely powerful, perhaps the second strongest being in the galaxy, but he would never become the most powerful Jedi of all time, as many had once believed. As Vader, he served the Empire with ruthless efficiency. He commanded Star Destroyers, hunted surviving Jedi, led assaults on rebel strongholds, and enforced the Emperor's will throughout the galaxy. His presence was terrifying. The sound of his mechanical breathing preceded him, a harbinger of death. His force choke became legendary, a technique he used casually on Imperial officers who failed him. He was the Empire's monster, the dark figure that parents used to frighten children into obedience, the nightmare that rebels saw before they died. But beneath the armor, beneath the rage and the pain, a spark of Anakin Skywalker remained. He did not realize it himself for many years. The man he had been seemed so remote, so impossible to reclaim, that Vader convinced himself Anakin was truly dead. When he learned that his son Luke survived, that the child Padme had carried had not died with her, something changed. Vader saw Luke not as his son, but as a threat to be destroyed or a tool to be used. He told himself that together they could overthrow the Emperor, rule the galaxy as father and son. But what he truly felt, buried too deep to acknowledge, was hope. Luke's refusal to give up on his father, his insistence that good remained in Vader, slowly eroded the Dark Lord's certainty. Each encounter with Luke weakened Vader's commitment to darkness. He remembered his wife, his mother, his former friends. He remembered who he had been before the armor, before the rage, before the fall. When the Emperor tortured Luke with Force lightning, attempting to kill the young Jedi who refused to turn to the dark side, Vader faced a choice. He could watch his son die, or he could act. The decision took seconds, but meant everything. Darth Vader lifted Emperor Palpatine and threw him down the Death Star's reactor shaft, destroying the most powerful Sith Lord in history. The Emperor's lightning ravaged Vader's suit, destroying the systems keeping him alive. But for the first time in decades, Anakin Skywalker smiled. He had saved his son, He had fulfilled the prophecy after all, destroying the Sith by killing both the Emperor and himself. In his final moments, he asked Luke to remove his mask, to let him see his son with his own eyes one last time. And then, surrounded by light and redemption, Anakin Skywalker died. The tragedy and triumph of Darth Vader lie in this duality. He was the galaxy's greatest hero, who became its most feared villain. He was the chosen one who served the dark side for decades. He was a loving husband who believed he killed his wife. He was a Jedi general who slaughtered younglings. He was a caring father who tortured his own son. And in the end, he was a redeemed man who chose love over hate, chose sacrifice over survival, chose to be Anakin Skywalker one last time. Vader's estimated midi-chlorian count of over 20,000 made him potentially the most powerful Force user in galactic history. But his power was both his gift and his curse. It drew Palpatine's attention, made him a target for corruption. It made his fall more devastating, his crimes more terrible. And ultimately, it gave him the strength to throw down the Emperor when the moment came. Whether Anakin's life was tragedy or triumph depends on how one measures it. He caused immeasurable suffering. He also brought balance to the Force. He destroyed the Jedi Order. He also destroyed the Sith. He was living proof that the greatest heights and deepest depths of the Force can exist within a single being. Conclusion: the legacy of darkness. We have journeyed through millennia of Sith history, from the first Dark Lord Ajunta Pall to the final destruction of Darth Sidious. We have seen warriors like Tuluk Hord, whose lightsaber skills were unmatched, emperors like Marka Ragnos, who ruled for over a century, sorcerers like Exar Kun, who created supernovas and survived as a spirit for 4,000 years, strategists like Revan, who reshaped the galaxy through military genius, philosophers like Bane, who reinvented the Sith for 1,000 years of eventual triumph, scientists like Plagueis, who learned to manipulate life itself, conquerors like Sidious, who achieved the Sith's ultimate goal, and tragic figures like Vader, who fell to darkness but found redemption in the end. Each of these Sith Lords was terrifying in their own way, some through raw power, others through intelligence, still others through the depth of their corruption or the scale of their ambitions. They were not all equally powerful in terms of midi-chlorian counts or Force abilities. But power is not simply about how much energy you can channel or how many minds you can dominate. True power, the kind that reshapes civilizations and echoes across millennia, comes from combining ability with vision, strength with strategy, and force with philosophy. The midi-chlorian counts we discussed throughout this journey, from Ajunta Pall's estimated 15,000 to 17,000, through the various levels of subsequent Sith Lords, to Anakin Skywalker's unprecedented 20+ thousand, serve as interesting data points. They tell us about potential, about the raw material these beings had to work with. But the numbers alone do not explain why some Sith Lords changed history while others became footnotes. Darth Malak had impressive midi-chlorian counts, but squandered his potential through poor leadership and resentment. Darth Sidious may not have had the highest count, but combined his considerable power with unparalleled cunning to conquer the galaxy. The dark side itself is a paradox, and the Sith Lords who wielded it embodied that paradox. It grants tremendous power, but ultimately consumes those who use it. It promises freedom from restriction, but enslaves through addiction to its pleasures. It offers immortality through various techniques, but delivers only death and suffering in the end. Every Sith Lord we have discussed sought to escape this paradox, to claim the power without paying the price. Some came remarkably close, but in the end, the dark side always claimed what it was owed. What made these Sith Lords truly terrifying was not just their individual power or evil, but what they represented, the potential for corruption that exists in all beings. Ajunta Pall was a Jedi master seeking knowledge. Exar Kun was a brilliant student driven by curiosity. Revan was a hero trying to save the Republic. Anakin Skywalker was a loving husband desperate to protect his wife. None of these began as monsters. They became monsters through choices, through small compromises that accumulated into transformative corruption. Their stories serve as warnings about how even the best of us contain the potential for terrible evil if we make the wrong choices at critical moments. Yet their stories also demonstrate the possibility of redemption, at least for some. Ajunta Pall found peace after death, his spirit finally released from darkness. Revan returned to the light through choice and sacrifice. Anakin Skywalker's final act redeemed a lifetime of darkness. These examples prove that the dark side's grip, while powerful, was not unbreakable, that even after falling to terrible depths, the choice to turn back remained possible. This possibility made the dark side more complex than simple evil. It was corruption that could be resisted, addiction that could be overcome, a path that could be walked away from by those with sufficient strength of will. The Sith, as an order, are now extinct. The rule of two ended when Vader killed Palpatine and then died himself. No master survived to train an apprentice. No apprentice remained to carry on the tradition. The Sith Lords whose stories we have explored tonight are gone, their physical forms destroyed, even their spirits mostly faded or absorbed into the Force. Their temples are ruins, their empires are dust, their holocrons are scattered and lost. In a very real sense, the Sith have been defeated finally and completely. But the dark side itself remains woven into the fabric of the Force itself, inseparable from reality. As long as sentient beings feel anger, hatred, fear, and desire for power, the dark side will exist to channel those emotions into tangible force. New dark side users will arise, even if they do not call themselves Sith. New Force cults will discover ancient techniques and use them for destructive ends. The specific order may be gone, but the philosophy and power that define the Sith persist. The legacy these Dark Lords left behind is more than just cautionary tales or historical footnotes. They expanded understanding of what was possible with the Force, for good and ill. They developed techniques and philosophies that influenced not just their own order, but the Jedi who opposed them. They forced the galaxy to confront difficult questions about power, authority, attachment, and the nature of balance. They were terrible, yes, but they were also transformative, and the galaxy that emerged from their shadow was fundamentally different than it had been before. As we close this journey through darkness, remember the lessons these Sith Lords teach. Power without wisdom leads to destruction. Ambition without restraint consumes itself. Strength without compassion creates only suffering. The dark side promises quick and easy paths to achievement, but delivers only hollow victories built on foundations of fear and pain. Every Sith Lord we discussed achieved great things through dark power, but not one of them found peace, satisfaction, or genuine fulfillment. They won battles and conquered worlds, but in the end, the dark side left them empty. The most terrifying Sith Lords were those who recognized these truths and chose darkness anyway, who understood the cost and paid it willingly because they believed the power was worth any price. They were wrong, of course, but their willingness to sacrifice everything, including their own humanity, in pursuit of dominance made them formidable beyond mere force abilities or midi-chlorian counts. They were terrifying because they represented the logical endpoint of a philosophy that placed power above all else, that saw compassion as weakness and attachment as vulnerability. Tonight, we have explored the darkest corners of Star Wars lore, met beings whose names alone inspire fear across millennia. We have seen what the Force can become when wielded without restraint, what sentient beings can transform into when they embrace darkness completely. From Ajunta Paul's first steps into forbidden knowledge 7,000 years before the Battle of Yavin, through the rise and fall of multiple Sith empires, to Darth Vader's redemption and the Sith's final destruction, we have witnessed a saga that spans eons and reshapes civilizations. The dark side's most terrifying Sith Lords are gone now. Their physical forms have perished. Their empires have fallen. Their spirits have faded into the Force or been destroyed entirely. But their stories remain, preserved in holocrons and histories, in the ruins they left behind and the civilizations they shaped. They serve as eternal reminders that power without wisdom is meaningless, that strength without compassion creates only suffering, and that the dark side's promises are always lies wrapped in truth. May their stories serve as warnings to those tempted by quick paths to power. May their failures teach those who seek to dominate rather than serve. And may their ultimate defeats prove that no matter how powerful, how intelligent, or how terrifying, those who embrace darkness will eventually fall to light. For in the end, hope is stronger than fear, love is stronger than hate, and the light side of the Force will always rise again, no matter how deep the shadows grow. Thank you for joining me on this journey through the darkness. If you enjoyed this exploration of the Sith's most terrifying lords, please like this video and subscribe to Sith Lore. We'll continue exploring the shadows of the Star Wars galaxy, uncovering secrets of the dark side, and examining the beings who wielded power that shaped the destiny of trillions. Until next time, may your dreams be peaceful. May the shadows whisper of ancient knowledge, and may you rest, knowing that even the darkest night eventually gives way to dawn. Sleep well.